Hello, all my beautifuls, and welcome back to the channel. Hopefully, the week is treating you well, and we can make it a little bit better because we are just a week away from the DLC release. Oh, man. Dude, I'm hyped. I'm excited. I'm buzzing, man. I don't know where to start. Am I going to be like a Macedonian main? Am I going to be like a Sengoku main? Am I going to be an elephant main? I hate Delhi. I don't ever want to play them, but maybe the elephants might just actually convert me. Or maybe, just maybe, he's forgotten the final civ. I'll main them too. How have I forgotten the final civ? Oh, Golden Horde. Dude, how did I forget the Golden Horde? Originally, like, they had me the most hyped. I was like, yo, I don't know, man. Like, never really cared for Mongols, but maybe these guys, like, they might get me, all right? They might finally be my booze. Maybe some resonance that I never knew that I had with them. Map rotation? Dude, if they don't start frequently map rotating after this, I just, like, I lose faith, right? I think that's my big, like, takeaway. Like, a lot of hype, really cool things. Let's be positive. Obviously, we've got, like, good stuff incoming. But at the same time, for the love of God, can we please rotate the maps more frequently? Oh my God. I dread to think what content creation would look like without KPMM. Seriously, it would just be dry Arabia only all the time. It sounds cool at first, but then you do it for a week and you're like, okay, this is like, you do it for a day, like, oh, this is novel. And then after a week, like, the novelty's worn off. And then 2 weeks, like, why? 4 weeks, I'm gonna install Age of Empires 3. It's gonna happen. They've done it to me, right? Like, that's where people get to. So hopefully, fingers crossed. Like, my take is, oh, so I'm just trying to, yeah, I've got nothing there. My take is it should be like every week or two, a map gets rotated in and out. And yeah, we're rotating that as well. They didn't get free advertising. They sent me, like, some product a long time ago, but we're not sponsored by them. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, I think, like, I don't know, it's gonna sound like some ego-driven thing. Without us, oh my God, I don't want to think about how boring content creation would be in the space. Because it would just be the same map over and over and over again, right? Like, we keep rotating maps to keep it fresh. And that, of course, benefits the other creators in the scene. Allows them to keep it fresh too. Without which, we would all be completely and utterly and completely royally screwed. Sorry, I forgot to make this ahead of time. I'm torn. I want to try new civs, but I don't want to support the direction they're going with all the variants instead of original new civs. But at the same time, okay, so I get where you come from, but like, and I'd agree if they were like, oh, here's 4 new variant civs and we've done nothing else to the game. Dude, they're adding a roguelike mode. Like, there's still other stuff going on. So I wouldn't just, like, freak out and throw a pan at the TV and whatever yet. Like, yes, it would be nice to have brand new civs, and I hope we do get that. But, like, let's not act as if we're not getting anything else. They're doing a first in like, RTS, and definitely in Age of Empires history, right? With the roguelike. So let's see how that is. But we have got some fun series today, by the way, guys. We are going to be pounding through with the news that there's going to be a creative preview on the 30th. According to Zero Empires himself in the King of the Rockies chat, apparently the other day, I want to make sure that we free things up as much as possible. So my goal here is today do all quarterfinals and a semi-final, at least a semi-final, if not both. But we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we are going to be starting off LucifroN versus Gully Deckle. We've got VortiX versus Jiff lined up afterwards. And then I'm waiting for confirmation on B versus Scatterbrained because those guys need to get their asses moving and get scheduled already. Por favor. Because they have been a teensy, weensy bit slow. Oh, wait. Oh. I accidentally added the wrong player. I was pinging them to like get them ready for like and like shout out Adatad. He correctly responded. I just noticed as I like typed it out, I put Newman in the semis by accident. My bad. I was in autopilot mode. Relax, it's fine. My favorite part is Anno knew exactly straight. Like, Anno was just straight on it. He was just watching and he looks and he's like, yeah, no. let me just thumbs up responses. I'm like, why is Anno? Oh, that's right. We literally watched Anno 3-1 Numenite. Yeah, that would be enough of a reason for him to think that he should be in the semis. So, bear with me one sec, guys. I'm trying to update that now because that's a big mistype. But as we know, Photoshop sucks. So, yay. No, Anno didn't drop out. It's just we mistyped. So I'm just going to update that now. Give me a second. Because we typed, the funny thing is we typed it in right. I think it's because like last week we had Numedan in the semifinals. So it's almost like pattern repetition in your brain. Like, yo, just do that there. All right, so that should now be updated. If I'm not mistaken. There we go. Anatan where he belongs in the semis. Boom. Okay, fantabulous. But we're going to be kicking off with LucifroN versus Gully. Wait, did we do this one? No, we didn't. We definitely didn't. Oh my god, my brain, dude. We definitely didn't. Like, yesterday, what did we cast? Yesterday, we finished with the Numedan Anatan series. And I was like, well, I'm freaking hungry. Bye! We did Lucy Footman. That's right. I was like, we definitely done something LucifroN related. Oh my god. Dude, it's been a struggle recently. We might have a really fun day, actually, because we'll have this stacked day of Age of Empires 4. And then what we might do, I'm thinking about maybe hopping on the Battlefield, because I believe the Battle Royale mode releases today in like a few hours. So maybe we'll check that out and see how that is. Hopefully in a few years, KP's Midweek Masters that regular always the league, which some might say is more important than the once-in-a-while tournaments. That would be kind of cool. I mean, I don't know if we'd grow to that point, but I don't know, like... okay, so it's like I am in I don't know. I think the last few weeks I've been in a negative Nelly spot of like of defeat. It's like I don't know if our channel will ever grow to the point where we'll make a living. What's the point? But like it's interesting because like KPMM. I think I remember like when I first started KPMM, I very clearly stated at the time, this is like make or break for the channel. Like we either start getting to the point where we're growing, or I just stop and I do something else. And we did grow. And then it like went like this again, because after Knights of Cross and Rose, people just got bored. And now we're like on the rise again. So we'll see how it goes. And my hopes is like we get to the point where we can sustainably, reliably put food on the table off of just content creation. That's the dream. And in theory, with how good this DLC could be, that should be achievable. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping we see a lot of people just starting to flock back to the game and then staying. Like my hopes really is that this new roguelike mode fixes a giant gap in what people can do with the game that keeps people coming back and also gets new people in the door and gives them an inviting way to actually find their way through to the 1v1 side, the team side, the PvP side, basically. Because PvP is daunting, man. Like, I don't know. Like, when I say this to people who are in this chat and who are in this community, they don't get it because they already do it. It's like, that's the complete, like, dude. When we were playing like Battlefield the other week, if you never played an FPS before and you're watching me frag out like 50, 60, 70 kills, it's like, huh? You make it look so easy. I just went and played the game, and let's say like you never played an FPS before, you get like 4 kills. Like, well, this is demoralizing. Like, this is confusing. Like, you have to understand different people's perspective and positioning on things, right? And for a lot of people that aren't in that sphere of PvP for RTSs, they just don't get it. And they never will until things like the roguelike mode that's coming are introduced to invite them in. Gully playing Lucy is like the local amateur cup playing Real Madrid. Yo. But like... Oh god, I don't want to say as a Manchester United fan. Man U recently had that terrible time in the FA Cup, right? Who was it against? Oh, I'm trying to remember. Dude, I want to forget it. It was so bad. They lost to... Yeah, they lost to Grimsby, didn't they? so you never know. You never know. Dude, I'm sorry about you fans. I'm there. You never know. Maybe Gully Deckle is Grimsby. man use that local dude? Don't remind me. I don't really follow football as much anymore. It's probably a good thing at this stage because I was, or I'm rather, a Man U fan. Like I loved it back in like the Giggs era. So Wayne Rooney, Giggs era, Paul Scholes. You're a Man U fan, dude? What's wrong with that? Like, dude, who couldn't be with Giggsy, man? Like Giggs at his prime. You're not telling me there's anyone that ran that left better than him in the Premier League ever. I'll refute that. That guy was a god. I still remember his one versus the entire team against Arsenal, which is one of the most iconic and memorable moments of football history for me. That guy took a giant crap on the Gunners that day. It's like, oh look, a whole team. Da, 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 da. There's a time to be the Man U fan and there's the real fans. Exactly. It's so easy to be a Man City fan when they're like just buying everything, right? Like, come on. This BO3, this is a best of 5, actually. So we've got all BO5s today. So without further ado, should we get ready to get in? Oh, also other like teams I liked growing up. I actually quite liked Tottenham. I was a big fan of like Aaron Lennon. Aaron Lennon? I was about to say John Lennon. I'm glad I did say Aaron Lennon. I had to double check I said it right. So there's some really cool players around that time. I don't really watch Tottenham anymore though. Music on the scene? Yeah, we're gonna turn it off in a second. But like, yeah, outside that, was there any other football teams I was like big fans of? Ooh, I actually, yeah, a bit of a weird left field one really. Juventus. I forgot about that. I actually used to be like for Italy, I was a big Juventus fan. Back in the Del Piero era. That guy was good. Alright. Now that I've made enough friends and enemies based on football allegiances. Alright. Let's get ready to go. I'm going to pause the music. We were just talking about Manchester United versus Grimsby, and you know, this is kind of like that. If Manchester United was playing on form, but LucifroN most definitely will, which means Gully Deckle is going to have to pull out his best penalty shootout to knock this man out in a best of 5. Game number 1, we head into Hillendale. Shushi for LucifroN up against Gully Deckle's HRE. Did I really not hit the record button for that entire intro? God damn. All right, Grimsby, Manchester United, if they weren't playing like Manchester United is right now. Let's see if Grimsby's got it in them. LucifroN with Shushi, Gully Deckle with the HRE. It is going to be a spear rush opening. What's he looking for here? What's his target? Ooh, oh. You might be able to burn that from out of range. I don't know if it's really worth doing, but what it might encourage Gully to do is try an outpost rush here. That is a greedy boy maneuver from LucifroN, but notice what he done to make it less silly. He dropped the village. The village gives him a safe spot whenever the spearmen come in. So this is actually pretty craftily laid out by him. I like this. This is pretty cool. Yeah, you know, we see a lot of people trying to be greedy with the mill placements. But often they just, before they actually commit to it, go, no, there's going to be spearmen, and they just pull it 1 or 2 tiles closer to the TC. Usually this should be where the village is started. Well, Gully, how many spears do you want to go for here? It is going to be the outpost rush. Yeah, so he's committing. Okay. Now, one thing that has me a little bit dubious about this, though. If you're LucifroN, you're going to be quite close to where the outpost is going to be placed because you have safety here. You don't have to pull further back at the risk of the spearman. So if Gully tries to be really aggressive up in his face, like here, around here, it's going to get... I think the only way this works is if he's very reserved. I don't know if I'd say that's reserved enough. That definitely doesn't feel reserved enough. What? This man's insane. He's like just jammed it right up his nostril, and now he wonders why all of a sudden LucifroN punches him in the face. Lucy should get the torch through. Needs to pull away from some of the villagers, though. That is going to be just enough burn to deny. Remember, he doesn't even necessarily need to pull fully away. So, recommitment again. LucifroN can afford to do this one more time. He's got Meditation Garden coming in. It's a really safe one. Yeah, just berries, gold, and like 2 wood. Full pull again. He already... Did he already pull away? Wait, that's interesting. LucifroN. Oh no, the puffing! Villager goes down. Okay, so LucifroN was also idling the injured workers because he didn't want to risk pulling them or having them dove. He kept them in the village the entire time, which led to a lot of extra losses here. So Gully, like, he might not have a tower up. But he's kind of getting reasonable value out of this, especially now that he's got a worker kill on top of it. Damn, Gully cooking. Gold gathering needs to start, though. Let's get moving across. He needs to get more people out here than 2, though, with this type of timing. Especially now that LucifroN has aged up. Gully, it will be the walk of shame back home, so he will not be attempting to get that outpost up for a 3rd time. Understandably so, now that there's going to be military units involved. Yeah, it would be kind of a death sentence to go in again. And Gully is currently, at the time of recording, 44th in the world. He was about there for the finish of last season as well. Any DLC news? Nope. Nothing more than we've already heard about apparently a creative preview coming on the 30th. So we will, of course, be diving deep into that when it happens. Gully, I wonder, does he go Archon or Minework? Probably Archon here. Archon's pretty good with this type of spawn as well, the deer plus the woodline. The gold isn't really worth it, I'd say. And yeah, he agrees. Tree line has to be priority. If the amateur club gets an early goal, anything can happen. I mean, he did shoot and score. He got 1 worker kill. Oh my god, if that's how goals work, this is less football and more hockey when you consider how many workers die in a lot of Age of Empires games. Good lord. Never seen someone commit to an Age 1 versus 2 fight. I've seen it. It's weird. I think I saw it between... Was it B versus Anatan? Or no, I think it was B versus Louis. And it was like this mass Mongol spear versus Marlian just hitting Feudal Age. And we're like, okay, you've hit Feudal. Congrats. But I've already got 20 spears. Chuk able to now chase things away. Gully... Would you just ever FC here? It sounds a bit crazy to say out loud. I don't feel like FCing here is necessarily going to give you much. Like, the obvious thing is you get relics here, but like what you give away is pretty risky. I think LucifroN could mirror your tech timing if you do that. Cheek moving across. I think LucifroN is going for Fast Castle. Oh, maybe not. Stable's coming in now. He's not going to pro scouts, right? Like, it'd be quite surprising here, considering it'll only be 2 deer stacks for you to get. I mean, this is exactly what you do for a pro scout play. And yeah, it is. Okay, so LucifroN. I thought he just straight up FC here, considering he's got 19 sheep and the deer. That's a lot of food to work with already. But this man is a glutton. Gully. Archer's coming through now. So he's going to be committing to the Age. He's going to be double archer range at that, so he's scaling fast. Blacksmith's all on the table here. Gully does not want to turn this into a tech or a greed battle at all. So weird to say that of H3 these days, but you know, there are just civs that eclipse them, and I think Shushi, they have this timing that works out well. And oh, I just saw that. What's up, Jack? Thank you much for the raid. Appreciate ya. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all. Just in time for a stacked day of midweek muster. In which my throat cannot decide whether I'm feeling better or not yet. It's seriously a weird mixed bag. Gully just trying to keep options open here. And the raid's going to connect on the front side. Chug standing their ground for the moment. Horsemen are already arriving, so Gully's going to have to think twice about a commitment. And a lot of Chug at that. LucifroN up to 5 already. I mean, Chug counters everything here. So it does make sense. You know what doesn't make sense, though? How are those incredible PCs over at PC Specialist giving you £40 extra off when they're already such good value? I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. You guys should take advantage of that deal while it lasts. Exclamation mark PCS. Oh, H3 archers have movement speed over Chug for sure, but like the difference in range is so negligible that often Chug can attack. I don't know what Emma's Steam Deck from. She's not getting a Steam Deck. We've been over this. She's literally got a PC. She doesn't need a Steam Deck. I'm going to be the adult about this. Okay? Someone has to. Jesus. You know, here's a better question. Where's my Steam Deck, Cammy? And when you buy me one of those, huh? There, flip the script. And arms down from Gully. Yeah, so he's just trying to muddy the waters for the Chug. It's not a bad idea if you can scale the numbers. I think Gully is... I don't want to say overly obsessed right now, but he is quite obsessed with men-at-arms strats from what I've been seeing. He keeps trying to find ways to make them work, and sometimes they smash the opponent. I still remember that ridiculous game against, was it Flash? With the English. Chug? Well, okay. We're committing to that. And Gully actually got a decent exchange in that. LucifroN gets forced to commit because he can't run away. There is a world in which you snipe the Spearman and then your Horseman Wave comes in, but like it's too early right now for LucifroN. Remember, he chose Pro Scouts. That's the choice he made. That's a trade-off here. That's why Gully has momentum on his side currently. Shifts out in the denial, LucifroN. Well, he got eyeballs on it. He saw 4 on gold, which doesn't look like a macro of castle. So at least he knows he's got more aggro coming his way. Yeah, this is going to be resolved by Feudal Age. I don't think there's going to be any rush to tier 3 here. Is Corvinus still playing? Sure, but like he doesn't really do many of the midweek musters. I think he pretty much just ended up playing the ones where his map was in it. Gleefully excited. Bro, I'm not getting a Steam Deck for Christmas. Are you kidding me? I don't get myself that type of present. What part of not making much money right now doesn't get through your ears? Need to be doing one of those streamer, like, you know, poor person, like, hyperfusion videos. For just a prime sub each, you could stop one streamer from starving on the streets this Christmas. Why aren't you all subbed? Why do you want streamers to starve? You're monsters! Lucy's looking pretty spooky if he can get the numbers together here. He's got to be careful not to overcommit like this, though. Like, when you have to retreat away, that's when you're always going to get caught by these archers. The snipe downs, spin count, not looking great. Only 4 remaining alive right now. Problem here for LucifroN, of course, he is going to overkill spears when he turns around for those shots. Arms. Quite a lot of hits to actually drop here. Horseman could just gain access to the back line, though, and they're going to go straight for it. LucifroN jumps in. Chug. Forced into the mosh pit. Gully, hesitant due to that Horseman wave, has to back away due to a lack of any spearmen. We're taking a detour, boys. It's the long way around. He's still got the food to keep this pumping, though. I'm a little bit worried Gully's going to run out of food first. I mean, he should do. He's got farms gradually adding in, though, so he's panning himself nicely. I'm impressed he's actually already got 9 farms. He must have done reasonably well on the sheep count. And LucifroN. I don't know if there's any easy way to get out of the feudal age here. If Gully keeps barreling like this towards your base, you have to win a fight to tech. And I think each time Gully is engaged, he's pulled away just before LucifroN could net a win. A real win in the fights. So at best, it feels like these clashes have been Gully taking the lead, LucifroN balancing it out, and then Gully pulling away before LucifroN can actually manipulate and build the lead. Now the men-at-arms count. Up to 10 total, half in the fight, and the Pro Scouts coming on by, but what just happened? Oh my god. The archers got melted. She's going to take a long time to kill off the men-at-arms in the end, but the archery wave is really what matters here. Reducing that count gives him agency. Men-at-arms now starting to trickle in one by one. Gully, control of the game seems to be slipping for him. LucifroN able to finally feel like a big, scary repeatable ball. I just can't believe those pro scouts that came. I can't even believe some of them got away with it. This guy's like, wait, that was fun, guys. Let's go again. How am I not dead? LucifroN. So much deer still to work with. 24 villages working on that food source. Gully's just at risk of getting out-ecoed here. Remember, like, long-term, you could say time is on his side with the farms coming in, but currently, the fight isn't on his side. Horsemen break by again. The Chug bypass. Maybe a little bit ambitious there from LucifroN. This feels like he's always being forced to fight before he has quite enough of these horsemen to feel great. He has enough to be scary, but never enough to just immediately dunk the fight. But let's get him there. Gully. He's not taking a chill pill on this. More farms equal more men-at-arms equal more spam to go ham. LucifroN, he still has about 10 sheep left here. Probably 4 deer. And he, okay, yeah, he's getting out. Mount Lu Academy is coming. I think this is the right call. We talked about what Gully needs. He just needs it to keep dragging. The longer feudal goes, the better it gets, then the better it gets. And Gully, after these last 2 skirmishes, not really favoring him. I feel like he's gotten a bit too hesitant. He's no longer up in LucifroN's face. Which means he's getting away with this age up. It's crazy, actually. The fact that he has almost a 10 military lead while teching says everything it needs to about the state of these trades. In fact, just looking down at the destroyed value tells the full tale. That's the cost of aging up right there. Let's see if there's going to be an additional cost for LucifroN in blood. Gully. He can't really back away, can he? No, this is the thing. Shushi are just so quick with the age up and the impact of that age up that if you back away, that's going to be relics gone. That's going to be map control gone. So keep posturing. He's starting to stockpile for the castle. The veterancy on Chug. This is what we meant about these timings. They come in so aggressively fast. Range damage too, kicking in just a few seconds. Bolt magazines as well. At that point, Gully will not be able to win a fight. He won't even be able to light a candle compared to the blazing fury from the Shushi base. Gully's been broke. Yeah, I don't see how you get out of this awkward position currently. He's got no line of men-at-arms to rely upon age up. Knights are going to take way too long. Knights are already coming from Shushi. And so's a big repeater bow wave. Move in. Villages are about to go vacant on the area. I mean, if he gets seen doing this, repeater bows will destroy everyone. They are that ridiculous at killing workers. And people mold about Magadai. I get it, you can't run away from them. But let's say running away wasn't an option anyway. These guys are much, much bigger nightmares. And they find it, they see it. LucifroN commits in. Target firing down the workers, which is not optimal. But who cares? Do what you want, son. We salute. Goes for the A-click now. It's all over. Gully, there's no way. He's down by over 10 workers. The farms aren't working. And the landmark, it isn't even going to complete. Oh my god, he pulls more to finish it off. That's just more bodies onto the fire and into the furnace. Oh, sevens for Gully Deckle. Game 1 will not go according to plan. The Spaniard is simply too spicy. The Chug are too hot. I mean, the Gully. I love the fact he's like, okay, maybe this is salvageable. Like I've got farms, and I mean he doesn't have farms, so what have I got to be scared? Oh, that's right, we can't use the farms. Oh yeah, that might be a slight problem. Game 1 going to LucifroN. Okay, so left side win, Sushi versus HRE. God, I'm still, my throat's still just not there. Next up, we have got Highwoods, but the competitive version. This is going to be Iabids versus Roos. Love that this got picked again. You guys ready for it? New map in the KPMM. We took an existing map from the Knights of Cross and Rose DLC and we puffed it up into something that is competitively viable. Welcome back to Highwoods. It's been too long, only this time it's been improved. Pigeonwoods has some changes. We've moved the sacred sites as well as the trade post to the center to balance this map better. A map that should actually be quite fun. Let's find out, because we've got LucifroN versus Gully for game number 2 in the quarterfinals. Now, this map is interesting. I call it spaghetti tree line sometimes. It's an interestingly designed map, and it's one that I felt deserved its time in the light with some adjustments. So you have all these scattered little spaghetti tree lines that create these weaving, narrow routes to play through. And a lot of them house resources. A lot of them allow flanking rotations towards your opponents. But the original map suffered because you had a sacred site and a trade post in each of the corners on your side, which made it impossible to get sacred site victories, and it made trade way too easy. So we fixed that in the hopes of having something a bit more productive and maybe aggressive. And this should be an interesting one, because last time we saw this map, it was Pro Scout and Pro Scout. This time, it's not going to be Pro Scout double. In theory, anyway. Ibids can technically, but they don't often. What we could get here, however, is Pew Pew Ponies versus Pew Pew Camels. And I got an interesting detail for you guys in case it wasn't apparent. Desert Raiders tend to take a crap on the Horse Archers in that matchup. It is not close. No. And as the game scales, it gets further and further in favor of the Islands. Yeah, honestly, can become quite rough. Loggy Wing would definitely be the right way to go to be annoying here. Okay. Other side, Gully. Probably going to be looking at your standard Pro Scouts play. Great use of the split smaller tree lines. Hunting cabin on both means he's generating 44 gold a minute from hunting cabins alone. Great start. LucifroN. Probably like, what, 2 Desert Raiders? Maybe a Horseman as well. Just enough to be annoying. You don't need to overcommit. It's normally the way that people like to play this. Who wins between horse archers and desert? Oh, wait, we already done that, sorry. Curious what percent of your viewers are from the NA. Probably about 20%, 25% are NA based. So the biggest representations in terms of countries are the US and Germany. Yeah, Germany loves their Age of Empires. No matter the game, all of them. And then usually the UK comes in at about maybe 10%. France makes up 5 or 6% usually. Can be up towards 8% though. And then, yeah, it's splodgenings everywhere else. See, look at that. All the USA people. Got a New Zealander, blimey. I didn't know SEA was still awake. Whew. Okay, so Golden Gate coming in. Golly probably just looked at this map and went, Pro Scouts is way too good to resist. There's 36 deer on this map, which is more than your standard spawn map. Standard spawn maps like Dry Arabia have 28 deer. So you're getting a little bit surplus extra there, but it's more evenly distributed north to south, I'd say. And also, because some of the deers spawn really close to your base, it means that you can consider doing things like this, deer shoves or movement out, instead of just going straight Pro Scouts. Start streaming as you woke up, and it's like this kind of perfect time, and there you go. We know our audience, cha-ching. I mean, I just kind of like the 1 p.m. come live time. Because most of our audience has been in those regions, it makes sense as well. Allows me to get some things done in the morning, and then hop into the action. Okay, so first Desert Raider being added in, and the outpost is being set up. So LucifroN, notice he didn't go for the full deer shove. You used to see this out of IBIDs with the Dervish Wing all the time. It just takes way too long. It's so slow. They nerfed the deer shove, so it takes about close to 3 times as long for deer to be moved by units being close to them. Will Beaver Scatterbrained be cast live today? That's what we're hoping for. But they need to get a move on and schedule it. Otherwise, someone's getting kicked. LucifroN. I love this. Currently, it's just a scout, but that works really nicely here. Scout v scout, and you can't actually kill. Archery added in, so LucifroN. Is he actually going to add in straight up archers here? Gully has gone for it. I thought LucifroN would just go horseman instead. Just usually makes a lot more sense, actually. I've got the Wooden Fortress coming through. The body blocks. Oh, I love that from LucifroN. He dives in, but the pathing went a little bit weird there for the Desert Raider. It's actually a waste of time. Just a retreat. Good target healing there. We'll keep the scout alive. Desert Raider needs to be a little bit careful with the garrison force there. You just see how easy it is to heal through that. Scout, nice! Snipes one of the scouts. And he keeps pushing him away. This is so ridiculous. That is so broken. What? He's pushing him away further than, quicker rather than he can move in the other direction. That's crazy. Because like the way it works is like what's happening is like the dervishes are standing still and the scout is then pushing the dervishes to push the scout. Whereas I think if the scout tried to push against the enemy scout, it would just resist. It's weird. Oh, this is a nightmare. Gully forced now to go into racks as well. Meanwhile, LucifroN is prepping for the Castle Age. He's getting everything he needs. Okay, so Gully must know that it's a tech play by now. He's snatching deer from the enemy side. He's not really seeing many more troops. It's just triple Desert Raider, which is just great for this poke raid potential. Now imagine we're looking at, what, Growth Wing here? You could go Desert Raider Wing as well, but your opponent has start building archers plus spears. So Growth is probably just a lot safer to inflate your economy. And then it gets you straight up into Camel Lancers. Yeah, I need to do a vibe check. One's if you think the Dervish beds look comfortable. Two, if you think you break your back on them. I mean, got a pillow. It's a very flat-looking pillow because they've just bump mapped it. It's literally a flat texture. But they do have a pillow. I think it's the galloping, the rocking that probably do you in. I don't know. I don't know if there's good vibration absorption on that plank as you go. I wonder, do you ever wonder if there was originally like a plan to use that? Like you could garrison injured units on the Dervish? I do wonder if that was a thing once upon a time. And then top them up real quick. Give you like super uber healing. But then they were like, nobody wants to micro this much. Ugh, just get rid of it. Oh my god, Gully's just nowhere near aging up. Which makes sense. He's still just a little kiddo. Remember, Gully Deckle was one of our toddlers in the scene. So, you know, this is just Papa teaching him some lessons. LucifroN, he did go for the Growth Wing. On the mesh on the way. A lot of resources being stocked up. Oh my god, he was going fast. No, he's not. Calm down. He has triple stables. He's just prepping all the resources for Camel Lancer dump. Probably rock some top tier suspension system in the medieval ages. Yeah, you know, just like, and I imagine, oh yeah, if you forked out an extra $20, you probably could have got cup holders too. Hell yeah. Like, where would we put the cup holders? I think you put them on, like, the bolt here. Like an attachable piece, you know? Hello? Oh my god, that's gonna... Are you kidding me? Dude, he was in 24 HP. Oh, that was so close. With the relic, he would have healed up, what, another 3 health at least? The next fraction of a second. So Spearman able to do him dirty. LucifroN just far too greedy there. He's at least got one more relic on the way home. High Trade House is now going to be coming through, but it's not just the Camel Lancers we're seeing here. It's gonna be the Ghouls. Okay, so LucifroN, a pretty cool idea on a straightforward push map. Already worried about flank raiding right now. He'll have the Camel Lancers to mirror that, and your opponent's an age behind anyway. Golems is phenomenal up against the archers, deals with the spearmen as well. The only negative, of course, is like melee units limited in terms of who can attack when they can attack. Camel Lancers. Oh my god, took about a freebie. More spearmen are coming in now, but these are only feudal spears, so it's quite easy to just kite away. Unless that happens, he gets fully surrounded. Well played. Gully able to take one down. The Golems will be scaring him away, though. Still got Pro Scout play coming on the flanks. Strained crossbowmen and men-at-arms for Gully. Yeah, notice he doesn't go spear crossbows here. It's because the Golems would be super effective there. He wants something that just holds. Like right now, Gully's goal is with the crossbows will win the fight. The men-at-arms will make sure you can't lose the fight. If you go spearman, you have nothing to guarantee you don't lose the fight, i.e. nothing to tank for you. He needs cups when you can milk the camels on the spot. Just lean under, get some sweet, sweet camel milk. Hair of the camel. I mean, surely if you're thirsty, do you not just jam a giant straw into the hump? Whoa! Okay, that got violent. I wonder if in history people ever tried that. It wouldn't surprise me. As dark as that is. I've read enough dark things in the history of humankind. Like, you know, setting fire to pigs and sending them into an army. Like, yeah, it pretty much goes to the point where you're like, okay, yeah, we're going to do anything to win these fights, aren't we? Let's not forget good old plagued cows. Okay, I think Stronghold made that one up. Maybe there's like one example of it. Because you'd have to handle a plagued cow. That defeats the point of what you're doing there. Gulam's now with the Camel Lancers jumping in. Spearmen haven't been upgraded here. Gully, he's still waiting on that tech up. Uh-oh. That front line ain't looking good. But it does hold firm. Well played. Oh, thank you, Freya. Appreciate you. Good play. Thank you. She brought me a water bowl. I've already got a water bowl, but I have another water bowl now. I have as much water as a camel. That girl just stuck a straw in a camel's back and got me half a bottle of water. I was expecting more. Where's your massive horse archers? A bad idea. Horse archers get destroyed by camel lancers. They get destroyed by desert raiders. It's not pretty. The debuff hurts a lot. So Gully's idea of crossbows makes a lot of sense, especially on this map. I like what they're thinking is like, hey, yeah, you can rotate wide, but there's a much quicker route just straight down the center. Unfortunately, that wide rotation seems to have connected. Camel Lancers jump into the base where no one was left to guard. Oh, Gully, the timing on this. The kills are stacking up, man. Crossbowmen being sniped as they come out, so they're not going to be able to contest that. The army isn't moving right now. And Gully, my God, look at the lead for LucifroN already. 10 worker kills from this dive. Gully, he needs a similar level of impact, but his army is so slow, so immobile. He struggled to get anything. Cam Lancers have at least been cleared. The main ones. There's a few left though, and they are moving across the map. Yeah, I love this. LucifroN's base is being dove. He's like, it's fine. He won't really dive. He's not going to dive me. Come on. You know, this is like when someone's like, I'm going to dive. And then what they do is they like walk in the water slowly. Lucy's just trying to get his scuba gear on. Fourth relic now coming home. I mean, Gully might have a high trade house worth 125 gold, but it just really doesn't make up for the deficit elsewhere. Nah, it doesn't even come close. They've got a stop at the moment on food for LucifroN as he's moving to new sources, so that'll at least give an advantage temporarily to Gully. I don't know, man. He looks lost. He doesn't know what to do with it. I think you realize the same thing we did about this army that we mentioned is like, hey, I mean, it's scary, but if it dives and we just walk away, it's not so scary anymore. I mean, things can only hurt you if they can reach you. That's why axe-wielding dwarves are not that scary. No. Just gotta find a table. The elves you should be worried about. Gully. Does he even know? He's about to. There's a move onto the deer in the center of the map. The ones that got dropped. And LucifroN is struggling to find that food. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, actually, that he picked Iabids here. Because if you guys notice something about the map, there's not many berries. There's like none. It's very much a deer and boar based map. And yet, despite that, somehow LucifroN is this far ahead. Genghis Khan used dead bodies with disease as catapult ammo? Yeah, but like I feel there's a difference between that and, you know, the bubonic plague, which is, I think, what they were going for with the stronghold cows. Then again, people at the time probably didn't think it was that infectious. It's just a little plague. Calming moment here as Gully is being given time to build a new army. LucifroN's not trying to hard push because he has his own risks. Limited resources is the problem here. Remember, he can't even need the ore. Gully. He's sneaking more of those hunting cabins all around. 23, 44, 41, 42. Life be good. That, why does that one say 23? That should be 46. I think it hasn't been alive long enough. Oh. Cool idea. Is it going to be too little too late, though? It's at least padding against a really big deficit here. He's down by 20 workers. In this front. I don't know what those villagers are doing. Forgetting that things are dangerous. Mangonel shots coming in. Nice initiative wallop there, actually. Gully didn't even react to it. Fails to try and move again. But the meta-arm sneaking in. Two of them left alive. Trying to get the kill. Not going to be able to, so he will keep it alive. The Camelot's line surviving for now. And Gully's lead finning. LucifroN will hold firm. Yeah, the Mameluke's bravery has kicked in at the tail end of this fight. It's made a world of difference. Gully before was trading okay-ish, but as soon as his Golem started striking down a few lightly armored units, things took a turn for the worse. +3 damage, essentially +6. Now more Manganiques added in. Gully, he has got his farm clusters beginning to come online. The first one now being built. He's got plenty of gold to work with, but the weird part is like we're not seeing him trying to go into siege at all, even though he's up against 34 archers. Mangoes are hard to make work. The reason why Iobids get away with it is if you go for something that's good at kiting, then Iobids just don't use the Mangonel kinetic shot. They just go for the burning shot, because the burning shot has way too much spread to be dodged. That's why Iobids are probably, without a doubt, the best civ for going into these mass Manganique strategies in Castle. LucifroN now closing in for the kill. And it does not look good for Gully. If he just switches onto the burn shot, he can clear a lot of the structures. And here we go. This will not take long. Gully, oh god, even losing the workers there. So the repair boy goes down. Spruill's going to complete, but that's just a waste of stone at this point. Yeah, it's going to shoot maybe twice before dying. Yeah, it's gone. Ah, definitely not worth. Next up will be the landmarks or the farms. Your choice, Gully. Oh my god, he lined them up perfectly as well. If LucifroN stands here and just uses the incendiary shots, he can hit everything. And worse still, Gully is creating his own tomb. To reach the enemy army, he has to go through these thin choke points where Siege is going to get maximum hits. LucifroN just backing up a little bit. Still got more troops that need to arrive. Incendiary shots can begin to clip here. He doesn't need to be in TC range either. What was this game called? This is Age of Empires 4. The go-to RTS if you're looking for an RTS that has been made in the last few weeks. Yeah, because no other modern RTS has really survived. I guess like Company Heroes re-exist, but no one really talks about that one ever. To go down. Gully's got one last hoorah left in him. That to be a good one. That to be a phenomenal one. That to be an ungodly one. Keep him in this. Straight Scout's already down. And this is the thing. Just look at the reach on these burn shots. They go so far. He hit this, and he was clipping the farms behind. Well, Gully, it's crap or get off the pot time. And that is one of the most underwhelming backstabs I've seen. Come on. Imaginiques are just always so snowballed like this. Tempest Rising is good. Yeah, Tempest Rising is a decent game. I think Age of Empires 4 has more replayability though. Big flash coming in, Camel Lancers. We able to easily hold their own against this. The Manganiques now diving in deeper. The Men-at-Arms, they can't backstab. There's just too many archers to go around here. Well, Manganique is going to be slightly exposed, but it pulls into the mass. We'll get sniped in the end. Damage is already done. This is done. LucifroN is almost done. 2-0. One more, and it will be a clean sweep of this kiddo. Yeah, Tempest Rising 2 is a decent game. Tempest Rising 2, Tempest Rising 1 rather is a decent game, but I just don't think it has the same retainment. I think I talked about this before. I think the thing they missed when they were replicating Command and Conquer with Tempest Rising is they failed to capture the character of Command and Conquer that makes Command and Conquer so iconic. They didn't have the characters. They didn't have the dialogue. They didn't have the memorable moments. And I think that was their biggest ball drop, really. They had some cool ideas around the whole, perk system and equipping different skills to go at a mission from a different angle. That was cool. I don't feel like I really got on board with the loadout system for the multiplayer either. I think that's like maybe trying to overcomplicate when you try to innovate. And also my experience of that is like some of those things were like too... They were too linear in what was good and what was bad. It doesn't have a soul. Agreed. Like the thing is like, and you can literally see that down to a simplistic element of like if you just looked at something as simple as the commander. Like when the commander speaks and talks to you, like there's no real emotion because they basically just put a mocap device on a guy and captured his expressions. It doesn't have that feeling to it, like. Really, they should just went for some scuffed old school recordings like what Command & Conquer done all the time with Red Alert 2, with Tiberian Sun, all of them. Because those made them iconic and memorable, You had characters like Kane. You had Premier Romanov. You had the president from Red Alert 2. You had Tim Curry's role in like even Red Alert 3. Like even Red Alert 3 had a lot more character than Tempest Rising. And Red Alert 3 was considered to be a deeply flawed game. But I hope they go at it and try Tempest Rising 2 and they learn that mistake. What I don't like, I feel like there was a lot of positive cheer for it and it done some good things, but it didn't have anything that wanted you to stay. Visually, the combat just felt so foggy and clustered to me. I think the combat was reasonably clear to me, but like the roles of the units was less clear is what I'd say to your point. That was where it was kind of discombobulated. Sometimes it was much more difficult to understand what A, B, or C thing was meant to do. All right, next up we've got Rocky River coming in. It's going to be English versus Mali. All right, in we go. Game number 3, LucifroN on match point here. Not looking like he's going to drop anything. I mean, LucifroN has looked unstoppable here. A clean 2-0 so far. Gully is going to have to dig deep. And he goes where he believes with the English. We've seen him do some filthy builds at the moment with this. A lot of 1TC shenanigans. Not so sure they're going to work that well against Mali, though. Like, one big thing we're seeing Gully doing is these mass men-at-arms type strats, but I just don't think that works really at all against Malians. And what is up, Milk Doba? I see you with the resub, by the way. Thank you very much for that, and welcome back to Swarm. Legend. CNC was always so over the top. Exactly. Like, the way that I describe Red Alert 2 is Red Alert 2. I don't, like, you know, in hindsight, thinking back on that game, it's hard to think of a game that is so cringe without feeling cringe. You know what I mean? Anyone who's watched, if you have not watched Red Alert 2 and it's cinematics, you've not played it, go do both those things. You'll see exactly what I mean. It is so sillily over the top. Like, you have mind-controlled squids. You know? But the way that they do it works so well. They skirt a line that I don't think many games could have. They come so close to the realm of what people would just call cringe now. But they stop themselves just a millimeter short of going over it. And it makes for something truly iconic. Like, that's why Red Alert 2 is my favorite one of all of the Command & Conquer games. It's kind of sad, though. Quite often when you look at tier lists, I think it's from a design standpoint, really. You know, people think about the greatest RTSs, and they never really put Red Alert 2 up there because a lot of people are tiering the greatest RTS lists based on, you know, which one had the best competitive scene or which one was the best balanced or whatever. But if I talk about, like, the experience, just the experiential element of playing an RTS, Red Alert 2 is easily, I'd say, a top 8 of all time. And yes, Age of Empires 4 does have a campaign. Some people enjoyed it, some people did not like it. My feeling is that it's a bit crude and outdated. The concept of how they tell history of them is cool, but they do what a lot of RTSs do in that they fail to recognize the importance of anchoring a good RTS campaign around individuals instead of ideals. People back individuals, not like ideals or nations as much. You know, like the games where I've like loved playing as England, it's not just because I'm English, it's because of the person that I play with the English. You know, like if I'm playing Richard Lionheart or something, it's a huge deal. But definitely check it out. I would recommend the DLC campaign. I think is 10 times better than the default ones, the Sultan's Ascend. And I say that as someone who really has little to no interest in playing Abbasids and Ibids. Homeworld franchise, sadly, I've never got into Homeworld, so I never played it. But like, you know, another thing when I talk about RTSs that I think a lot of RTSs miss is the character. You know, when you talk about Age of Empires 4, like something that actually helped it a lot is like just the amount of people that just know the line Bora, you know, like things like that. It sounds like something a little silly, but like those things are actually very important. It was one of the things that when I looked at Stormgate early, it's made me smile, and I thought it had some promise because of Bob, the builder. The Bob robot had a lot of character. Like that was actually one of the things they got right. Unfortunately, they got a lot of other things wrong. And a lot of modern RTSs fail to appreciate the importance of iconic and memorable characters to attach you. Especially if you don't want to make a deep campaign with a cool story, then you definitely need characters and units that attach you to the game. They need to be silly, they need to be quirky. Crazy Ivan from Red Alert 2 was exactly that. You know? The Testratropas were that too. Rocketeers. I'll never forget the Navy SEALs from Red Alert 2. I tweeted the other day about my experience on Battlefield. I discovered they have a lot of homage to the Command & Conquer games. One of them is Little C4 knocking at the door, which is just such a cool line. Like, what's another one? Safety First, sir? From Red Alert 2? With the GIs? Oh, there's so many good ones. It's a historically based RTS, not easy to turn this into an individual story. There are some individuals in history that had a lot of memorable and noteworthy achievements, though. And also, like, there wasn't even an attempt made to attach to individuals through the course of a campaign. You know, like, if you got Jeanne d'Arc, I mean, they could have done it with Jeanne d'Arc, it would have been incredible. And I don't mind if at that point they go slightly off the rails of history. Like, as in, let's say you have the 100-Year War and they add in, they have a battle that was actually quite small and they just smoke it up into something big. So they have another mission. I'm fine with that. Like, the battle still happened. Are they making it a lot bigger than it was? Yes. But, like, for anyone who has issues with that, I would say in general in Age of Empires 4 and all RTSs and all historical games, a lot of the time things are either fluffed up or fluffed down. Right? So either the battle was way too big and you make it small scale so the player has agency and relevance, or the battle was really tiny and you make it bigger so the player feels like they have the scale to their fights. Because when you try to replicate history accurately, perfectly, quite often it can actually be more boring or overwhelming than intended. Okay, so what have we got in this? Gully has gone for the 1 TC build we talked about. We talked about the fact he couldn't do mass men arms, so he's done horsemen instead. But Donzo's scaling, I really like what LucifroN's got. Sofa plus Donzo is really good here. Yeah, you're just building better cavalry and better spearmen than your opponent. They should be listening. This is actually very constructive, in my opinion. Go send it to them. Tell them about it. I don't know, I thought about, like, I think we might look and do these type of things in the future. I thought about starting to do, like, new release reviews and challenges with games when they come out on the channel. And this would be a perfect example of the type of things we go over. Like, you can somewhat get away with not having these iconic characters, by the way. Like, there are some games that stuck with me without doing that, like Cossacks. What Cossacks done really well is the individual units were very memorable. Things like the Psycho Hussars swinging their swords around like maniacs. But also, they had an unfathomable amount of different scenarios to play, like campaign missions, independent campaign missions. That set you up in very specific scenarios instead of just sticking you on a map and saying build a base like you always build a base. Yeah, like Warcraft was, I mean, Warcraft is probably, for good reason, put at the top of RTS ranking lists because it's probably to this day the best example of character building and story driven arcs within an RTS. You become attached to the individual heroes you play with. They are empowered in a way that they matter as well. So even not just listening to them between missions, but playing with them in the missions, you feel it. And the way that embodies and then flourishes the whole gaming experience is incredible. Like, we're talking about something that was done so well that it birthed an entire universe for an MMO to sustain around over a double decade period. Gully. Gonna be able to sneak in here, but LucifroN is close by. So Donzo's will even get a kill. Nicely done. Sofa just skirting away. I mean, I've got archer ranges, so LucifroN's being forced into a full 1-1-1, but Gully. Ooh. I see a castle play incoming, and this is King's Palace. Yeah, you get away with the greed because your opponent's nowhere near your base. The miss micro there is going to cost him. Recharging the spears means he does get away, though. Yeah, there are some games that, like, one of the challenges is definitely sometimes it becomes of the time. Like, it's very hard to revisit these games that focus on that type of story. But you could argue games that don't focus on that story still have the revisitation issues of, like, you know, they don't graphically look impressive anymore. Because one that comes to mind for me is, like, Dawn of War 1. Dawn of War 1 at the time, I loved that campaign. I love that story. Love the way it developed. But, you know, you go back now, the levels feel very crude and padded, but for good reason to teach you the game, which is fine. But graphically, the game looks like ass. And I say this as someone who, like, Dawn of War 1 is my childhood, man. Like, Dawn of War 1 is, like, I consider that, if you go to childhood me, that's a top 3 RTS ever created. That's how much I coveted that game. But the reason I usually don't use the example of Dawn of War compared to, say, Warcraft 3 or Red Alert 2 or whatever, is the unfair thing you do to people in that situation is, to other games, is you put them in a comparative position to a game that has existed in a realm that has been developed for over a decade to an insane degree. So, like, the amount of lore and potential ways that they could go with Dawn of War is maybe unfair. I mean, obviously, you know, for Age of Empires 4, they have the history of the world. But, you know, compared to the breadth of options and the severity of those options you have on offer in the Warhammer 40k universe, it doesn't really hold a candle. You see the announcement? No. I didn't see any announcement. I'm too busy looking at my activity feed, waiting for more people to subscribe. Sofa's now diving in. Nice little raid there. Gets himself a kill. LucifroN is almost ready for an age up himself, and there's no pressure on his side either. Gully's prepping knights here. I don't know how I feel about that into mass Sofa. It's nice if you have a big enough lead. I wouldn't say he's super far ahead on the count. I'd say LucifroN has decent scale point here. Love this from LucifroN. Because he's outnumbering him 5 to 10, mathematically, it's favorable for him to keep taking trades like this. It's very hard for Gully to get independent kills. Be careful not to get surrounded like that either. If he pulls away injured, he can heal them up. But if he gets trapped like this, they're just dead. So -2. Actually recommits again. What? Okay, Gully's playing with fire. Going to be very careful about this now. Tech up is about to complete for LucifroN. Lucy. Oh, core not looking. It will be -1 Sofa. Age up now in. Gonzos do get the kill on the king. Well played there. Gully now going into archers. I'm a little bit surprised by the Lombo detail. I get the fort because you saw Donzos, but like you're going to be what? Probably doing Longbow Knight versus Sofa Archer. I guess that's why he's doing it. He needs something to deal with the archers, is the problem. And yes, you could say, well, Knights, KP, Knights deal with archers. But the problem is, like, reaching them. If you're bogged down in melee. So at least if you have Longbows, it's something that can stay further away. Minor concern is quite often that's a bait. The idea of Longbows being better because they can stay further away, is kind of a contradiction, because when cavalry is involved, all that means is that your opponent can more easily segregate and kill the Lombos. Whereas, let's say you have, for example, Janissaries by comparison. Janissaries are always going to be a lot closer to your melee line. So if your melee line is solid, then that means they can always react and protect the Janissaries easier. Whereas if you've got Lombos and then you've got, say, Spearmen, the Spearmen are so far upfield, if a flank attack comes in, your Lombos are dead. Oh, we've got info on the Yatai, do we? A sustainable food type? We've never had that before in Age of Empires 4. The game is basically all that. Hello, Will. When's the new DLC coming out? On the 4th of November. I was about to say October. 4th of November is when we're going to get our hands on the new DLC, which I believe was coined Dynasties of the East, right? Each update just adds more and more infinite resources. Yeah, I really would like to see each update add more finite resources. Like, where are the rabbits? Where are the pear trees? Where are the bison? Where are the bears? Come on, do it all. What's up, Travi? Okay, so Relic Split is looking like it's free too. Gully has a 15 worker lead, but LucifroN's already at 15 cows, so this is balancing out. I definitely prefer LucifroN's army right now. Gully is just going full longbow with a sprinkling of knights, while LucifroN has a balanced comp of Sofa Archer. One of the new civs has to be the new Broken Hole, so the DLC will sell well. I mean, it's not exactly a foreign concept to the Age of Empires franchise to have a broken civ with DLC release, if you think about it. Does anyone recall Kumans from Age of Empires 2? Probably the most egregiously balanced civ on release of a DLC ever for the Age of Empires franchise. Was it like an 80% win rate on release? And what's up, Serial Killer? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Still struggling to find what civ is best for ranked. It's really what civ is best for you. Stop thinking about it as what civ is best for everyone else. Look at what's best for you. Someone will swear to you that, like, if you get this chair, it'll make you a better gamer because it made them a better gamer and changed everything. You might get this this special chair, and you're like, my ass just feels a little bit funny when I play. I think I'm playing worse. You'll go a lot further if you find something you enjoy. Like, you know, there's so many people in Age of Empires 4 who say they're having fun when they're playing English, but I think what they mean is that they're avoiding having no fun. They're not necessarily having the most fun, they just haven't explored beyond, which is why, like, 50% plus of the low-rank player base play English. They're just like, well, this is how it began. This is how it's going. Whereas, look, if you went outside of the box, you could have full-on uppercut the box and then been like, bam, Marley in love, baby. 34 so far. Oi, oi, oi. Dive coming in. I don't like the look of this for Gully. This is going to be a difficult defense. The sofa, they're reaching around. The work is coming to them. He is not holding on here. The Archer wave is at least being thinned, but the sofa wave is still ridiculous. And it's only wave number 1. More troops on the way. Gully's attack speed at least allowed him to trade out okayish, but okayish is only going to get you KO'd. One crossbows left, holding up the TC for the moment. Front line has basically ran out. The villagers are not safe as sofas are sneaking onto the back farms. LucifroN has grabbed on with both hands, and he is now ready to throttle the life out of this toddler. Okay, that probably shouldn't be used out of context. We call him a toddler because Gully's quite young. He's a kiddo, still in school. Still many things to learn, and I'm sure he'll take the valuable lessons away from this series against LucifroN. Lesson 1. LucifroN's pretty good. Lesson 2. Maybe the English isn't as good as I thought they were. Or maybe it's a return to Lesson 1. LucifroN is just that good. Oh my god. Well, Gully's been playing a lot of English recently, so he's probably used to having to do this with his villagers. He's like, oh yeah, I've had a game like this before and I still won. GG. 3-0 victory for LucifroN. God, my throat's still so rough, man. Dude, can my throat just stop? Doesn't help. I keep waking up with this really rough throat as well. It's like I wake up, it's really bad, and then it recovers a bit. In like the first 2 hours of being awake. Which is very confusing. But, folks, we are not done yet. We've still got more. Up next, we have got VortiX versus GIF. That's right. It's a full Spano day. Spano? Has that ever been a nickname for Spaniards? I was originally going to say Spaniards and I went for the full Spano day because it's short. Are you snoring at night? I don't know if I do. You'd have to ask Emma. I think I do something that I wouldn't really call it snoring. It's like probably sort of thing. So it's like snoring, but not like atypical snoring. Or like, you know, stereotypical snoring. And yeah, Sofa don't have charge damage. How can they get their APM high enough on consoles, Mindbog? I know, right? How are these guys so good on Oh. Whoa. I'll tell you what. These console gamers' controllers look a lot like mouse and keyboards. You just got engaged? Oh, dude, that's awesome. Congratulations, Bear. Bathe in it. Soak in it. The engagement period is the fun one. It's when you get married, everything just dries up. All right, I probably haven't sold you on it. But enjoy the engagement part. That's great. I'm not even married yet, and I'm making these comments. Why does it matter if Emma's here? We're still engaged. Yeah, we've been engaged since our teenage years. Just turned into like a promise. Then you just get to a point where it's like, well, this is just a big waste of money, isn't it? Oh, and big tip for you, Bear. Make sure you do not fall for everything labeled with marriage. There's a lot of things that will have wedding or marriage on them that you could just buy normal versions of and pay less than half the price for. Just tell her it was a wedding version. She'll be happy. And you will have saved a lot of money. And then, with all that money you've saved, come and dono like a third of it. And you're still positive. Being quite literally about drying up. Bro, I'm not at that point yet. I'm in my 30s, alright? I'm not 60 years old. Chill. Sheesh. Dirty son of... Got some ways to go. Hopefully a long way to go. So game number 1 between GIF and VortiX is going to be a Mongol HRE. Oh, dude. This is a blast from the past. This takes me all the way back. I remember watching Mongols, Hillendale, HRE in the early days. I'm just getting neck comfortable in this chair. Dude, you know the weird thing? Like the pillows. You know, I've noticed this. So like the pillows, they make you think you're meant to have them like here on your head, but you're not. It really is meant for like your neck. It's neck support. Like neck and absolute upper back. That's the sweet spot. You get them there, you'll feel good. Alrighty then, in we go. An absolute blast from the past. I still remember this matchup from the release of Age of Empires 4. It's Mongols versus HRE on Hillendale. It truly does take me back, man. I still remember the good old days of HRE, super fast castle, and Mongol players building outposts on as many relics as humanly possible before that age up ticked in to try and stop what felt like an easy win for HRE. And what better player to have on the Mongols this blast of the past? VortiX, the GOAT Mongol player back in the days of competitive Age of Empires 4. This was always his go-to civ to believe in. Many people would say it was theirs too, but even after that period, he held strong. He held firm with this civ. On the other side, Jif, the HRE, a fledgling little Jif, trying to gif himself some wins. I mean, I've loved watching Jif here, though. You know, he hasn't had this insane, ridiculous run yet. But I think what we're seeing is the potential and the growth. And I love to feature these type of players. And I love that we're getting to frequently feature a player like this as he goes on his path towards pro. You know, this is a guy who wasn't really even trying to compete, you know, several months ago. He played 2 or 3 civs, but he started to develop a much more robust pool of civs. In fact, I remember he only started playing KPMMs after week 16 of the first season, but has been fairly frequent in his attendance up to this point, and has even seen regular improvement. It used to be a lot of 17th to 31st, 32nd finishes. Now he's in the top 16 most weeks. Yeah, and well, if he could actually get past this, I mean, quarterfinals, decent result. It would be difficult to get further than this week, though. Like, he really drew the rough end of the wrath, as VortiX is our reigning champion, which means that he got favorable seeding. Okay, so we're not getting any significant aggro here. It's just double spears. And that's because he was going to get speared. I love the fact that, like, Jif has just been overbaited now. Oh my god, no, Jif. Guys, he's sitting there waiting for a fight that isn't happening. Like, he legit just got baited. VortiX, he built the racks, he built one set of double spears, and now he's teching. Great read by the Spaniard. You don't really want to get into a prolonged dark engagement with HRE. It's actually one of those matchups that can favor HRE over Mongols. Because Mongols do double produce, and they do have a Khan that does a little bit of range damage in the Dark Age. But for HRE, they get the extra movement speed, they have a better economy to begin with, so they're usually able to inflate spears quicker, and they're able to then reinforce with spears quicker. And then finally, if you're fighting anywhere near the middle of the map, they're able to get kills easier because of that additional movement speed. Yeah, it makes it a hell of a painful experience to try and run away from. Are you guys talking about sofas and their charge? Yeah, they get a spear out, so they technically connect from a little bit wider of a range, but it doesn't do any more damage. I'd have to double check, actually. I don't know if they get a quicker attack speed, though. So one of the big advantages for, like, knights, which have lance and sword, is the lance has a very low attack speed, and the sword then can follow up. So that means in the course of 2 seconds, you're doing 2 attacks. Whereas for Sofa, I believe it doesn't inflate that, so it takes about 3 seconds to do 2 attacks. Spin spear spam. Chief has gone pretty heavy-handed. He went up to 8. He's ready for an age up, though, and it's going to be Aachen Chapel now coming in at home. Man, VortiX is not letting him get any free damage in here, though. It's not easy what VortiX is doing either. Like, Jif can technically turn around very easily and just catch him with the spears. Stone about to complete. He already has the wood necessary to drop an archery range. A little bit of a slip up there. One of those spears gets way too close. VortiX does have the hardened upgrade on the way. This should also now be... Yep, there's the archery range coming through. So VortiX... He's prepping to protect the Uvu. Harden upgrade is in. Khan also hits harder now, so low HP Spearman. Very easy to finish off. This Uvu, however, very not easy to kill. Yeah, this is starting to look like one of those dreams that might not happen. He's in again. He might get it on fire, but that's not a kill. Meanwhile, all your spearmen just getting sacked here, and the villagers, they are going to be pulled. Even get the shivs out. Wait, what? Archers now spawning. Good body blocks there. The injured worker is going to be protected. He even just jukes him about, screwing him over. VortiX is styling right now. Oh my god. Villager being brought low, but the scout has to run away. The Khan's going to be able to finish that off. Another spearman goes down. VortiX just took a giant crap on Jiv's plans. Are you kidding me? This guy right here, you need MJ playing in the background. You need him moonwalking back to base. Boy's got style. Great start to the feudal age for VortiX. Clip and ship that. I love the cut. Hooray! We've won. What does Jif do now? Looks like what he's trying to do is fast castle. I just don't really know if you've actually got the time for that. It's a 4 gold. I don't think you can do this with a 4 gold. I mean, you might age up, but you won't have any gold afterwards, so it's kind of pointless. Yeah, it looks like VortiX. He's gonna make sure it's never Castle Age. Oh no. Well, this is what Hillendale is meant to be, folks. Not that cursed EGC spawn with the 8k vein and the 4k in your base. Unfortunately, that does mean sometimes games turn into this. Happy Hanukkah. not going to be any worker kills so far, but with the Khan able to punt that Falcon out, Jif is not going to feel safe here. Southside Market looks like it's Pac-Man. Dude, it's awkward how often marketplaces do this to the tree lines. The weird part is, if you look at it not on the mini-map, it actually looks like Pac-Man's got lips. What is this tiny little piece here? Om nom moment here. Horseman. Try to frustrate the matter. Spearmen do get exposed. Jif with the Marcher drills to try and chase down, but there is a Yam in response, so easier to try and kite away from this to VortiX. He has still got the safety of the outpost to reduce the losses at the end of this fight. Instead, he just dives past. Spearman gets the brace. That's a waste of a Horseman. A second one going to go down there. Jif, a misstep costs him dearly. Baby gets put back in the corner. This is what VortiX does so well, man. This is why I think he might be the scariest person in Mongols. He is phenomenal at leveraging his skills in the micro to outplay you on these early skirmishes in a way that not many players really can to this extent. It's always a marvel to witness, and now VortiX with a clear edge switches into the Keshiks. Yeah, but he's still holding resources as if he's planning attack. It's actually crazy he had double Keshik queued up, and yet still has this much resource in reserve. So, looks like we're getting a castle play. Yeah, it looks like VortiX... Well, he moved the TC at the start a decent amount. But... this does look like he probably skipped a little on villager production. I'm not sure. Okay, VortiX is reinvesting. Not just fast castle then. Yeah, a lot of Keshik now on the way. Is he double pumping at all? It doesn't look like it. He hasn't got it linked in at all. Jif. Now I'm going to siege engineering. I wonder if VortiX could have just aged up. I guess it brings its own risk with it, though. Like, if you're forcing your opponent to siege engineering and thus forcing a feudal commitment, it could just cost you the game on tech up. Who's favored here? Well, Jif definitely has numbers. Lacks the control on the map, though. 0 walls up against Mongols. Need the KOTR overlay for the games like these? Nah. Did they actually fix the font, or is it still janky? Because I didn't actually catch any of the King of the Rockies, so I'm not sure. I do remember last time we talked about that, the cow overlay, we highlighted that. Apparently we weren't the only one. I think Dimmu was also quite vocal. He's like, nah, it doesn't look good. Easy fix. Sometimes you just have to remind a programmer of the UI type importance. Dive in. Horseman able to get a worker kill. It's going to be -3 for it. Okay, yeah, but Jif's army is still substantially larger. I don't know, I think VortiX may have misplayed this. I mean, is it a misplay or is it just the nature of the matchup? Like, you know H3 is going to inflate quickly. Maybe VortiX could have remained more aggressive. Try and get up in his face now, but the Keshik's outnumbered. have to back away. Archer's giving chase well. There's no Yam here. VortiX doesn't have any type of maneuverability advantage. In fact, he's slower, and that's why the Archers just keep running him down. Spearman line, though. Jif, calm down. Jif, he's overcommitting. The Keshiks, there's no counter to them now. The Spearmen are dead. Jif, only, what, one Spearman left now? He's going to get cut down as well, so the Keshiks are going to carry on through. Jif, no. He could smell the victory. But he did not respect neither the Keshiks nor the technological issues here. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Jif, he was gold starved so long, he never got undermesh, he never got steel arrow. And then he jumped the gun with those limited spearmen, sending them into their death. VortiX able to clean up. I thought Jif was just going to temper himself here, look for the blacksmiths, and then push out. Maybe he was worried that VortiX was aging behind this. Instead, VortiX gets donated a phenomenal win in that central engagement. Much needed one too. Catastrophic fight coming in. I mean, what do you do now to kind of recalibrate yourself? It looks like Jif is thinking about going castle, but VortiX is of the same mind here. Will not be left in the dust on that. VortiX, I don't think it's going to be Kurotai here, surely. His army's not that big. It is. Okay, you know what? I'm absolutely happy to be wrong about this. Kurotai tends to make for funner games. I'll give him that. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought with 16 archers, he might just rear away. But maybe his thought here is like, Jif might attack me. Also, like, it gives... I need to be aggressive because if I go for my own greed, I'm letting my opponent get regnant. So this is all about ending the game at the start of castle. He does not want to allow any of those relics to leak on through. Still might be easier said than done. VortiX already getting a position. Does he have pack-up tech already? He does not have pack-up tech. Oh god, not one of these games. Alright, well, it's time to start getting moving, son. Might be a good idea to actually have that coming as well. Remember, the pack-up tech is vital to using Kurotai well. Superior mobility right here. Or improved superior mobility would actually be worth it. Kurotai is on the move. Jif. Still struggling with gold. And he still doesn't have blacksmith tech. Wait, what? Not again. This can't keep happening. It's gonna. VortiX, just given seemingly free access to the base. The Keshiks jump in. The veterancy's already there. Archers will try to target fire down their counterpart, but with the undermesh, steel to arrow difference, it's not that effective. No, it takes 2 flurries arrows to get 1 kill. VortiX, he might actually just end this game before the Kurotai arrives. Man, what a killer instinct. Well played by VortiX. I think he also noticed there was no blacksmith tech still, which is what makes Kurotai so sensible here. I thought he'd go step readout just so that he'd be able to pan himself for a later phase of the game. But I think Jif, you know, through this inadequacy around blacksmiths, the importance of those melee techs, and the range techs rather, I think he may have just forfeited any situation in which he could have forced a macro game. I mean, he had gold issues, but even with those in mind, there were moments where it would have been feasible here to get into undermesh at least, bare minimum. Now it feels like it's never going to happen. Kurotai, it's deployed. This does also buff torch damage, remember. So it allows him to burn through the structures quicker. No E-repairs used. That's going to be -5 workers. Jif just looks like he's been destroyed at this point, and he knows it. He calls it. Clean Mongol game out of VortiX, reminding us why it is his signature civ and should always be feared. Yeah, good. Used to the Kurotai. I don't know. I think I'm just used to a lot of players taking the insurance policy route in that situation. But I love it when you've got these conviction players that are like, yes, this is the time. There's no need to think about later. We think about now. So, mark it up. VortiX with the win. Next up, we're heading into Gorge. China versus IU. I mean, we've seen a very interesting IU game from GIF the other week on this map. Ooh. Oh, God. I almost said card recently. It's a disaster. It's China. What else do you want me to say? Guys, it's China. Yeah, you know how I feel about this Civ. But GIF, we saw him with Ibids on this map the other week against Louis MT in a French matchup. Now, that matchup tends to be a lot more favorable for Ibids than China Ibids. But what I remember about it most astutely was the pure entertainment of it. It was a matchup that delivered full chuckles. Let's see if maybe we can get something pure comedy out of GIF for game number 2. Well, I'm seeing a decent-ish spawn for Pro Scouts. It's not double side, it's split and then double. GIF, what we're probably looking at here, most IBID players at the moment are going Dervish Wing opening, which makes sense because it lets you try and play blocker to Pro Scouts. If you don't go for it, then you can't really do much to stop Chinese Pro Scouts here. So it kind of feels like a mandatory against any Civ that's trying to go for greed, I think. How do you do on the... Oh, okay. Interesting path on the sheep. Did he cut some from the center? He may have. I don't think VortiX... VortiX should have noticed straight away. They should have seen each other just about, maybe? Currently, he's on a better trajectory, though, which is kind of expected with China. They have better vision anyway. There's going to be 13 sheep so far to the 11. Should be roughly a 50-50 split. Maybe a slight favorability towards GIF. And he will show more sheep anyway, because remember, China will open up eating sheep, while Ibids will open up on the berries. No, we don't want Buenos Dios. What's the other one? Is it, Buenas tardes. There you go. God, come on. Learn your Spanish, farmer. It's the afternoon. You can be more specific than good day. I can't remember what morning is, though. Ah, buenos dias. I always remember buenos tardes from The Gentleman. Which, by the way, if you guys have not seen that movie, you've missed out. You need to see that movie. It is incredible. Probably one of Guy Ritchie's greatest creations. But it's the delivery by Hugh Grant is just iconic. It's morning in Latin America? Yep, but Farman isn't from Latin America. He lives in the UK. How do I get money if you sub with Amazon? So, that's an interesting question and a good question. The way it works is that I will get 50% of the revenue that will be generated from that sub. The sub is basically calculated based on whatever country you're in, so you can look that up online. It varies. Like a Turkish sub is worth like $1. A British or US sub, I think, is worth $6. So, like, I get $3 from that. If we hit our plus goal and get enough people subscribing each month, which is 100 unique subscribers subscribing directly, and then I think the next goal is 300, that gives us a 60% share instead of a 50% share. So, yeah. And that's then all handled on Twitch side to pay me out. Gave me a free? Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Bruder. And the cool thing, remember guys, about Amazon Prime subs, you aren't paying anything extra, but you are guaranteeing that Bezos doesn't get a 15th plane. He doesn't need it. So always remember, use those Prime subs, preferably here, so that we can actually do content full time, because it's hard to be a content creator in 2025 financially. But if you don't use it, you're just giving more money to Amazon, a company that is worth trillions at this stage. I'm pretty sure it's in trillions. Yeah, 2.42 trillion. Multiple trillions, chat. Multiple. I am worth 0 trillions. So thank you for all those that do give me the monies. Oh, damn. Amazon's on like a rise on value as well. Since May, they've gone up in stock value by like 25 bucks. What's the name of the movie from Guy Ritchie? The Gentleman. It's a good one. Okay, so VortiX, he's going into standard Pro Scout play as expected. And Jiff is doing what we thought he was going to do as well. It's going to be double Desert Raider plus Dervish. Wouldn't mind seeing 1 or 2 Horsemen. I think adding Horsemen is so underrated here. Because your opponent's now going to react with Horsemen to counter Desert Raiders. If you have Horsemen littered in, like Jiff's doing, your opponent can't easily beat you there. Fortunately, VortiX is already ahead of the curve. He's already got the racks. It's going to be 1-1. Oh, okay. I like this a lot for VortiX. I think Jiff needs an extra layer to the cake. Maybe just go archers. But it's so rare, like most Iber players won't. And Jiff, I think he made a bit of a critical mistake here. I see this sometimes from players. Double stables instead of an archery range. You can build Desert Raiders out of an archery range, but by building an archery range, you then have unit diversity. By doing this, you have limited diversity. You have Desert Raiders or Horsemen, and that's it. Wait, they laid off 30k people? Did they really? Yeah, like I still remember some of the lines from the gentleman so clear. Like, what is it? He's chasing down the guy. The guy's like, yeah, not so tough now that I got some backup. And then he's like, you couldn't even back up a phone yet. And I'm not going to say the word because I'm child friendly. It's just that the dialogue, the writing is so freaking good in that movie. Desert Raiders? Jiff, buddy, that's an overcommitment. I think the other thing I love about Guy Ritchie's writing is he treats criminals, etc. like they would. Like, he has them talk how they would. Like, some people didn't like the way that he used certain negative connotations, like names that you could call someone of Chinese descent in that movie. He's like, well, yeah, they're a criminal, they're a villain. Like, of course they use that demeaning slang. Like, they don't care. You know, it's like the idea if you'd done a movie in World War II and you had, like, someone from the SS and they discovered some people of Jewish descent. Like, there is certain very negative terms they would probably use if you wanted to be, like, authentic to the idea of, like, that villain in the movie. They wouldn't be super polite about it. Growth Wing now coming in. Okay, so Jiff is finding his way to the castle time, but guys, you're about to watch something that's going to make your jaw drop. Watch how quickly China now techs up. Like, anyone want to take the bet? China's going to tech up first. Like, they will reach castle age first. It's such a ridiculously fast catch-up, Civ. Yeah, the catch-up is faster and smoother than a Heinz bottle, baby. Like, it just doesn't stop. And they'll keep inflating army. Like, look at the army sizings here. And watch that resource bar. What's up, Dookie? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you. Look at that. Smart lad. Who else is a smart cookie like Dookie? Keep it coming. Appreciate it. Get that man a cookie. VortiX, he knows there's an age up now. It's quite obvious with this push in. And he doesn't need to overinvest in army. He's already bigger. Because Jif is waiting for the camel answer timing. No, wait, where are your wheelbarrows? Sir, where are your Nike slippers? What's going on here? No, he doesn't have wheelbarrow. The classic greed. Dervish try and protect him. But the army's way too big. The dervishes are going to die for it. One goes down. Desert Raider gets blocked out. The village is getting blocked out. Oh my god, the position here! It's pure chaos. 7 workers down. That's the entire value of Growth Wing. Firm handshakes. Congrats, buddy. And VortiX, well, now the Imperial Palace on the way. Looks like actually Jif might be able to tech up first, but barely. Look at the build bar. This is ridiculous. With less than 10 seconds, he started this. 10 seconds, he's almost there. He's 50% done already. Damn. No one took my bet. They would have won. Jif actually did age up fast. I wouldn't say it was really worth. We got a panic rush out to the west side gold. And no! No! Oh, this is the thing with China. They're so toxic now. Ever since they switched to Imperial Palace, everyone started cheering because less Nesta Bees. Guys, this is so much more toxic than Nesta Bees. At this stage of the game, you were never going to build knobs. But you were going to press one button to find out where everyone went. He already knows about this. This is the thing. Imperial Palace not only gives you insane vision, it gives you snitches, no stitches ability. Imperial Spies lets you see every worker's location on the map. And it allows VortiX to now just straight up, full on ham fist send it into that gold to ruin Jif's plans. 07's in chat for Jif. It's time to face the music. And that is why the Imperial Palace is so good. One sec. One sec, I just remembered I was gonna maybe turn someone into a short, wasn't I? Alright, so mark it up, that's gonna be game 2. Sorry, I just had to mark that. I'm trying to keep nerf things for shorts. Because I got one, basically I'm trying to get someone on board who can be my go-to guy who's like, I basically want someone who is always watching the streams. Because what I need, or watches most of them, because what I need is someone who's just my go-to clip guy. So we have clips for like sharing on Reddits, and we also have clips ready to then be exported and changed into TikTok Reels and YouTube Shorts. Short form content is the thing I've been lacking on. It's the thing we need to smash. That is like your growth hack these days. Because like you need them because like the problem is with Age of Empires 4 is like otherwise getting people in Age of Empires 4 is really hard because games are 30 minutes long and who cares, right? Like what you want is you just want quippy moments they would love to see. You don't use TikTok? Good, we're trying to attract paying customers. Get wrecked. Anyway. China is pretty busted. It's just House of Lancaster is like much cleaner to activate, I think. All right, so we've got Knights Templar versus Mali. Okay. Let me mark this one up. We're going to Rocky River. Do we have it marked right? We do. Not. All right, there is hope. Jif has got the Knights Templar. Dun 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 dun. Wait, that's Battlefield music. Close enough. Knights Templar on a map that features water, but we may be scraping the bottom of the pond with this one. Rocky River does have fish, but it has very limited fish. 2 fish per pond is not a great deal of worth when you have to consider the setup costs. You have to go for a dock, you have to go for fishing boats, but Jif will be going for exactly that. VortiX, though, a bit difficult to stop. You're on a Civ that doesn't play Dark Age really at all. So I guess he just has to allow for this. Huh. That's kind of a problem then, isn't it? I mean, I guess the upside, though, is like VortiX gets his own greed. Technically, Knights Templar is the type of Civ that could Dark Age rush you, but they're probably not going to, especially if they're already fishing. So that means that both sides get their greed. It reminds me of like Byzantines versus Mali does this as well. Byzantines versus Malians is quite funny because like in Byzantines Malians, you know, for a lot of matchups, they both be sweating. They're like, I might get screwed. But oopsie, I think I clicked a button on Discord. But in this matchup, you're like, oh, okay, none of us get screwed. We just get to greed. I wonder if VortiX will actually just try to shut down the ponds in field, though. I was just thinking about this, like, you know, Sofa play very powerful at the moment, but just opening a few Warrior Scouts to burn the docks works quite well. And then you add in Sofa afterwards, which means that Jif would struggle to go for what he really wants to, which is massing archers. Like, most Knights Templar players want to mass archers. We don't really get to see this matchup much at the moment, by the way. You know, Malians is a highly sought-after Civ in the drafts. It makes it for a lot. But Knights Templar, unless there's actual real water, they're just not really being looked at. It's an eh. It's an eh. I'm just double checking if we've got a time for being Scatterbrained still. Because they have left it quite late. And we might need more serious schedules, surely. Okay, so Manta coming through. What's Jif going to do for an age up? He's gone double pond, which I think is reasonable. He hasn't gone too crazy. He even prepped a Rax, which is quite interesting. I think that was a bait and switch, though. He wanted to see if he could force VortiX to do the outpost build and waste resources. Didn't work, though. KT reminds you of Byzantines at release. They took some time to get going, but they're very strong in the late game. Yeah, but the difference is Byzantines were decent in the early game as well. Took a few tweaks, but they got good in the early game. Problem with Knights Templar, and this is where they differentiate from Byzantines. Byzantines was completely and utterly pointless on water, and still is completely and utterly pointless on water. Whereas Byzantines, because they weren't very good on water, you could just start to adjust them on an early game level without completely screwing up the balance of things. Knights Templar, by comparison, is crazy on water. So any buffing you do to them in general is a necessary buff on land, but it is a ridiculous buff on water, which means until you resolve the water balance issues with Knights Templar, you can't really change this Civ and how it functions on land. Because if you do that, you are going to cripple the competitive scene in the way it functions. And while that may not seem like a bother to the majority of players, when you consider that the competitive scene is the #1 marketing tool and content creation arc that exists in Age of Empires 4, crippling that is a terrible idea for any developer in that position. Alright, Kingdom of France is coming through. And VortiX, it is going to be the upgrade for the Scout. So yeah, in summary, if they want to buff Knights Templar, they've got to solve the wood issue. Knights Templar on land, everybody. It's exactly how we envisioned it. What? I don't know about that one, Hoss. That was a little bit premature, no? Has to be a crash. If it was, he didn't want to remake. Because I can confirm that is the final game played. Yeah. A little bit of an underwhelming end there. So that is going to be VortiX winning 3-0. Which means we have a look at the bracket. We can actually update that momentarily. So that means we know we're going to have VortiX versus Anatand. And then we know that it's going to be LucifroN versus either B or Scatterbrained. I'm still waiting to hear from B and Scatterbrained. I'm a little bit confused why it's taken them so long. I like to think that they're usually quite good at getting scheduled in. But they have been quite delayed. They're going to need to play their quarterfinals by the end of the day, or is it DQ for someone? Let me just quickly update the brackets. Desync or something? Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It might be just the case of, like, afterwards, Jiff would have went, I don't really see a point in playing this out. I feel like I've lost. Maybe a bit defeatist or whatever. I don't know. Definitely looked like nothing had happened yet. So a little bit annoyed that we didn't get a proper game there. But it is what it is. It happens sometimes. Let me have a look, though, because I'm waiting for the next series to be available. Let's see what we can cast in the meantime. There's a ladder game between Louis and LucifroN that's kind of interesting. Ottomans on Carmel. That sounds pretty cool, right? Anyone for the Ottomans on Carmel? Wait, and Roger Scrutton's back at it? Kaiser Johann, you dirty boy. This vile human being is up to 2200 elo as English. What a filth. What an animal. Kind of respect it. Might also be able to catch one or two of Creator's games. I don't know if he's had many interesting opponents recently, though. Dude, he's been playing a lot of team games, actually, is the problem. That's unfortunate. I think maybe he's burnt out at the moment on 1v1 ladder. Give me a sec, guys. Just having a look through some of these guys. Maybe Hellcat. Crazy Stream might be doing what's popular in his community. Maybe. I think he just might be burnt out. Like, the DLC is about to launch. Didn't rank just end as well? Is ranked still operational or not? I can't remember. Oh, wait, no. Ranked has still got a few days, hasn't it? Is it the 2nd it ends? Or tomorrow? That's cursed. The whole world is about to implode. What are people going to do with their time? I know what we're going to do. We're going to watch some Louis versus LucifroN. Alright, bear with me. I'm going to get this loaded up. Okay. Beach told me he's waiting on Scatterbrained. They last messaged 3 hours ago, so he should have an answer soon on when they're going to play. Will we see the new civs in the next KPMM or the one after? The new one. We'll see the next one. We're not going to delay showing the new civs. It's pointless. He's just like as a content, like you know, content has to be king here, and quite frankly, no one's going to give a shit about the old civs playing after like you know watching just the old civs this whole time. People want to see new civs. Okay, B's now typing. About to have an answer, I think. Oh, Poggers. All right. We've got B versus Scatterbrained now. Boom, baby. Live series coming in. And then after that, we're definitely doing that LuMT versus LucifroN game. Dude, I got to check it out. It's Carmel with Ottomans versus HRE. God, my throat, dude. All right, does anyone like know the best way? Like, is there some sort of medicine that will fully, properly purge like your throat of like any like crap you've got stuck in there from illness? Sorry, I know it sounds a bit dirty, but you know, because like I struggle with this after I get ill. I feel like I've just like the aftermath of illness is as bad as the illness itself for me a lot of the time. All right, so 1 second. I'll get ready for B versus Scatterbrained. Oh, let me add them in as well. So we've got a 3D showdown. Boop, boop, boop. Himalayan salt, lemon juice, and apple cider vinegar. Oh. That sounds like it tastes horrible. Why is balancing almonds hardest, either OP or bad? I don't think so. I think almonds is maybe a little bit strong right now, but not OP and not bad. They're like pretty good. They're like top. I put Ottomans like top 7 civs, top 8 civs. Fluimucil. I've never heard of that. Is that a UK brand? Reduce the viscosity of mucus. Ah, interesting. Hot toddy. I've never heard of that either. Oh, it's a cocktail. Honey, lemon, spices. Ah, got you. Oh, wait, no. Wait, is it a cocktail? Yeah, it's a liquor cocktail. It's got whiskey in it. You serve it hot. Interesting. Okay, apparently you cannot get Fluimucil or whatever it's called in the UK. You can... It's not illegal to order in, though. I'm gonna, like, just screen this to... Actually, you know what? I'm going around my mum's tomorrow. I'll ask her if she's got anything like that. Got anything like this? Oh, and let me get the Civ draft in. They just completed it. All right, there we go. So, full picture has been painted. Lancaster has been banned. What? Lancaster has been banned. Ding, 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 ding. Signal the towers. Lancaster has been banned. Lancaster has been land? No. He definitely could not have said Lancaster has been banned because that would be illogical. No one would possibly ban Lancaster. Oh, that's right. They're broken. Shocker. Lancaster has been banned again for the 1500th time. Never could have imagined it. That reminds me, I need to find where I stored them. I had some like clips I stored somewhere that we were going to edit into things. Oh, there they were. Need to find the clippable moments. I might try and update our like sub emotes and things. There was one I thought you guys in particular might really like. It was I was looking through some old ones and I found this recently. I don't know why I was playing at 0.75 speed. What do you mean what? It was some, I think the context on that, it was something to do with like some sort of food that I found really delicious. And I was like, yeah, just stick me into the belt and then just like let me just like just load the food into my mouth. I think it was like caramel bars or some crap. But then out of context, like what was this one? I found another one. I remember I clicked another one. What was this one? Oh. Oh. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I think that one's the new donation. Oh, that was when I broke my ankle because I had to we said we can do proper push-ups. So that was like the best I could do. Oh man. That's what I mean, though, guys. These are your clippable and shippable moments. So when you see these things, what out context was, clip them and ship them. I think we had one on the Darren Elmy channel the other day. That I was like, damn, I wish someone was here to upload this. Let me see if we can find it. It was so good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. It was pure freaking gold, though, I remember. Because I basically, like, destroyed this team. I was like, all right, time to go. Oh, yeah. What was that? Oh, wait, no, dude. Can I not see the whole thing? I think it's going to let me. Crap. Wait, have I not got VODs turned on that channel? I have not. Oh, dude, that's gross. I don't think Twitch turned on new channels. I don't think they have VODs on by default. That's freaking gross, man. What? Anyone remember where you turn on VODs? I don't even remember that. Yeah, there we go. We got it on. Cheap mother duckers. I think you only get 7 days if you're not like partnered or whatever as well, which sucks. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find the clip. Like it was a good clip as well. It was, you know, like perfect fails type stuff. Let's see. I think it was 7 days. The problem is like sometimes when I hit the clip, the timing is ever so slightly off. Like this one. I was talking to the chat. I should be dead right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. This was good. That guy's gone. He's like, no, I don't know these guys. No. You win as a team, you lose as a team. I, on the other hand, am the one-man army. Oh, dude, yeah, it does cut out. Dude, that's so annoying, my clips. I don't know why it does that. It didn't clip the time I wanted when I pressed the button. Basically, like, right after this, I kiss my biceps, my very manly biceps. And I don't think I've got a version of it I can show you. So I guess I might as well spoil it. We pretty much just drive straight into a landmine and blow up after saying we're the best. Like, the timing on it truly was freaking perfect. Yeah, dude, I think we've got it. Oh, wait, maybe? We might? don't want to admit it. Nah, we ain't got it. That's sad. It was so good as well. All right. Anyway, the boys should be starting. Let's get ready to go. Like, I would show it to you, but, like, I've got it on... I remember I did actually, like, save the recording, because I need to get... Like, this is what I need someone for on, like, TikTok and stuff, to edit these things down. I could probably copy and paste it across in my shared folder. It's just going to take a bit of time. But we've got a second. Yeah, we've got 3 minutes. Okay, guys. Yeah, we've got 3 minutes. We can do this. It should be across in a second. It was good, though. Because I was like thinking, I was like, my problem is, I mean, either I or I need to get someone. I would do it. The problem is often I just, like, I'm so busy, I then get wrapped up and don't have time to go back and do it. I almost just need someone who's, like, here on the regular, who usually watch the streams, to, like, clip these stupid moments. Because the stupid moments are the ones that make great shorts. Like, I think with, like, you can basically break shorts down into two fundamental arcs. You either go, like, quality digest, highly edited, or you just have, like, spontaneous crap that happens that invokes, like, laughter or sadness or whatever. And we, for some reason, just seem to be very capable of getting these idiot moments of, like, he said what and then what happened. What's that? Let me see. Seeing if I can find it now. Oh, yeah. I got it. All right, here you go, guys. This is the clip I was talking about. Dude, I got... Like, dude, those are the live stream fails moments I talk about. Like, that's like, I mean... That's the kind of crap, like, I swear, like, with games, I don't know, because, like, and this is true for, like, I think Age of Empires 4 in a big way. Everyone always focuses on long-form content. We do as well. Everyone does it. You need that short, refined content. The boom, the va-va-voom, the boom, boom, boom. That's the good stuff. All right. Boys should be beginning in a sec. Yeah, I remember the va-va-voom. You can never forget the va-va-voom. The va-va-voom is iconic. It's a classic. Of course we remember the va-va-voom. You don't remember the va-va-voom? How could anyone forget the va-va-voom? Oh. Trying to stretch my wrist a little. It was really tight today. Hillendale, right? Yeah, Hillendale. Let's get ready to roll. Time for the 3D. Wait, the 3D. I was about to say hoedown. No, let's go with that. It's the 3D hoedown, baby. Welcome back to the channel. B versus Scatterbrained in a best of 5. Is it time for the mentee to become the master, or is B gonna plow on through here? He would be the anticipated and the expected, and would give us a very stacked semifinals lineup of LucifroN versus B and VortiX versus Anatan. But we've had expectations before, and we've had major upsets. In fact, if you guys remember last week, Numadon made his way all the way to grand finals, just to be trounced by VortiX. Let's see if Scatterbrained can be our dark horse in the running this week. Interesting matchup, actually. Atri versus Malians. It used to be Atri would always Dark Age Rush, and he is going to be attempting it here. But Scatterbrained, he left the resources. Yep, outpost coming in. So he already solves the problem. He shouldn't feel too threatened by this. And pray tell, then, what's the plan here for B? I assume we're going to stop at probably 2 spearmen, because going more would be a little bit overkill. Because you're not going to be able to hit anything. If you at least stop at 2, you can make an argument your opponent has made a big investment. You know, building the outpost costs 100 wood, takes a minute of time, which means you miss out on about 40 resources of gathering on the worker. That's 140 resources. Your rats cost 150, then you spent an extra 160 on the spearmen. So you're still in the negative, but you have better economy anyway. You've slowed down the escalation into the pit mines gold, which means your opponent's getting less passive. So then they're missing out on like an extra 40 gold a minute at this point in the game anyway. So it does stack quite nicely. Now the mill as well. So Scatterbrained, like, yes, you're always going to go for a mill, but remember, having to build it earlier is still a nuisance. Because every time you're looking at these 2 structures, just think minus houses. Permanently minus 1 extra house, but minus a lot of extra houses when you consider this is a 150 wood investment, and housing is only 25 wood each. I'm going to have to dive in, Scatterbrained. We'll be able to get the garrison in, though. Idle time achieved, just more pain for Scatterbrained at this stage. Do we have predictions up? We do. Thank you much, Scarecrow. 80% for B. So we have got some Scatterbrained believers. I mean, Marlians has been looking pretty solid. I actually want to say, like, Marlians at this stage is probably higher in the power rankings than HRE. It's definitely been high on the priority list for the pros. We've actually had multiple players first picking the Marlians. In fact, B is often one of those players. What was the your favorite Civ? Not the best, but you best to play even if they suck. I mean, for me, I quite enjoy the idea of Japan, but Japan is also really good to learn right now. You know, historically, French has always been a fun one for me because I like civs that allow me to express my micro skill to build an advantage quickly. So that's why I'll typically lean towards civs like French and away from civs like probably English. Abbasids definitely has no interest to me whatsoever. Mancer is on the way. Now, 6 on a Mancer is pretty interesting for Scatterbrained. That shows you there's clear urgency here. Normally, you'd be expecting 4, 5. If you're up to 6, then someone is in a panic rush. I think part of it is he knows he's going to be up against this aggressive timing. B is going into mine work. The other possibility is it could have been Pro Scouts. Actually, knowing B, we're probably looking at Pro Scouts. He's got 3 on gold still, and he loves doing mine work Pro Scouts. Probably the only player I know of that loves doing it, actually, guys. Normally, those 2 abilities feel a little bit contradictory. Because if you're going Pro Scouts, Arhan feels better because you're then going to have that buff gathering rate for a long time on Deer. But with the way that B usually likes to play it, and you can see him already prepping the additional prelates, he tends to pad himself. It might be that he resists temptation on this map, however, as you do start with a Deer stack in your base anyway. So when you consider there's a Deer stack in your base and a Deer stack in Marlian base, that means there's only half the value in Pro Scouts that there normally is, because there's only 2 Deer stacks you could get. When it comes to players, what's the difference between micro and macro? No, I mean, that's like depends on the person, but some players prefer to focus on macro, some prefer to focus on micro. In a game like Age of Empires 4, macro is always going to be part of it. Pretty much any RTS, macro is always going to be a part of it. But on a scale of like micro versus macro focus in RTSs, Age of Empires 4 is very much more in the macro pro than the micro pro camp, as economy is very much chief in most cases. That's not to say micro doesn't matter, but I would say like there are certain RTSs out there where you can be bad at macro but really good at micro and it carries you through. I think Age of Empires 4 is not one of those type of RTSs. You can definitely, if you're like conch level skill, be a bronze person with bad macro, sure. But you'll find that your progress to improvement gets blocked a lot quicker if you fail in the macro check. And macro, for those wondering, that's like how you manage your economy, really. Like, you know, that's... Micro is like, hey, in this battle, how am I using the units? Like, how are they actually performing? Whereas you can think of... Opera, what did you just do? My Opera just randomly rebooted. Whereas when you think of like macro, that's more about how you like approach the wider level of the game in terms of like your strategic management, your resource management, your building layouts, those type of things. So yeah, you know, micro is essentially the itty and the gritty, the teensy-deensy details of like how you engage with units and where you move them. And macro is like your overarching idea. But quite often when we talk about macro, we talk about, within Age of Empires 4, I feel like I definitely do it, and I think a lot of people do it. We often talk about the economy, mainly because of the term mismacro. Mismacroing is most apparent when you look at someone's economy, because if they're floating 2,000 food, but they have no gold, and they're thinking about going Castle Age, well, they've clearly mismacroed. And what we're saying in a clear way is their economy is off, but what we're saying on a deeper level is they have not correctly optimized around their Castle Age strategy, and you can see that by looking at their food and gold. So hopefully that makes sense. I kind of like that. Micro is what's on the screen, macro is outside of screen. I think it's a little bit more than that, but yeah, it's like that's a nice start point if you want to try and keep it simple. Because like the problem is, like, again, micro, you know, if you talk micro macro, you are kind of thinking in like strategy versus tactics, which is a term we use a lot. But often when we use the word micro, we're referring to how well people manipulate their units in a given moment. Like, wow, look at what he done with this scout blocking the wall going up. Which he didn't do. Regnit's on the way. Scatterbrained. He's prepping into the ranches quickly here. Yeah, but Regnit's already coming through. B. He went mine work. He already has triple prelate. Oh, this is going to be a mass knights build, isn't it? It's the only reason you go mine work into fast castle like this. The cool thing about that is Sofa are usually renowned for their tankiness. Well, by going for the minework build, you actually outclass them. Steel Barding is basically Sofa's imported armors, but being put on a better heavy cap unit. Yeah, I guess they could have called it better imported armors. They just maybe thought that was a little bit too on the nose. Like, well, we don't really need to fully spit in their face, just partially. Already in position. Scouts are not going to be able to slow this down. Looks like he's got 2 relics already coming home. It's a great start by B. More prelates to be added in. And we already have the stables beginning the pump. First night queued up. Export armors sounds like something you get where, like, when you fight men-at-arms with men-at-arms, their men-at-arms have less armor. Like, you know, you scammed them because you sold them crappy armor. Scam, man. I think he's been playing a bit too much with B. This is right out of the B playbook. Just, oh, I'm an age behind. Let's build a lot of Sofa. But you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to stop the Regnit's play. It's kind of already failed to do so. You know, he can try to stem the bleeding. You don't want to be up against a 5-relic game, but it's already looking like a solid 3-relic Regnitz, which is good enough for HRE. Just a case of whether they can make it even better. Prelate is at least going to get blocked out here. Knight's not able to give chase. The negative Knights versus Sofa is that Sofas are faster. Spearman now rotating. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry here. There's only 2 relics left to grab on the west side. So B can just shove his Spearman over in this direction. And then because Scatterbrained never built archers, never wants to, he won't be able to stop it. This is going to be a very fast game. Scatterbrained does not even have a full Fulani. Meanwhile, B is going to have a full Regnitz. Intercept on the Prelate again. Okay, so he does actually... He's delaying it well there. The Prelate. The premature wall low. Oh, and the Sofa did actually pull some of the spears away, so he will get a recharge. Scatterbrained tries for a kill again. Gonna be difficult here, though. You can see he's trying to muddy it. And... Oh, the sweet micro B! The pullback as the A-click came in was perfect there. Scatterbrained, he didn't click on the Prelate, ends up losing both the Sofa. Doesn't get the kill. And now there's far too many units here for the remaining Sofa to dive. Not just that, he pulled across the central one, which means the other relic is now on the way home. This is looking border over. Scatterbrained is going to need some big buku bucks on the damage. I'm struggling to see how he gets it. Prelate even comes over to top off the health. Sofa can't hang around. Another one goes down. Scatterbrained now just trying to get into a Musafadi play. Musafadi are at least cheaper, but the Spearman is going to make it difficult for them to find value. Make matters worse, we have got Steel Barding now on the way, so better Sofa about to come into play. What do you do here now? Die, apparently. Look away for a second. Oh my god, I had to double check that YouTube encoder was working, and then all of a sudden 9 worker kills. This, yeah. You haven't even got full cow, and you're already down by 6 workers. And it's going to be more. The Musafadi, against these knights, they don't stand a chance in these numbers. Alright, B. Clearly means business. Scatterbrained, has he realized? He must not have. Oh my god, he only just pulled away. That's now the 14 worker deaths. I mean, I know Marlins can be ridiculous, but this feels like a limits reach situation. Last of the Night Wave goes down, but I don't think you need them to do more than that. 5 relics, now home. B, double outpost on the Fort Gold. That 8k is disgusting, by the way. Practically in his base. What? Oh, wait, these guys... Oh, no. I don't think they got the memo. Well, I mean, an AK in the base should have been pretty good for Mali. And yet, it doesn't seem to have mattered at all. I just realized when I was like, hold on a sec. And I looked back, I was like, wait a second. Yeah, we're meant to be on normal Hill and Dale, which was communicated for quarterfinals. But they didn't get the memo. Either way, it doesn't play out well for Scatterbrained. Night spam continues. Musafadi wave building to try and counteract that. It's a 14 worker deficit, though. And these knights look ready to defecate on the Malian economy again. He's out of places he can wall. And yes, Castle Age Knights do not care about TC Fire at all. The primary shot does 8 damage, they have 7 ranged armor. Secondary garrison slots only do 6 damage, so you're already reduced down to nothing. These knights are just in full chill mode. And even going veterancy on spears to guarantee the Sofa can't do anything at all. Scatterbrained is at least hidden with the Musafadi, so he's looking for an ambush opportunity. Maybe to cut some reinforcements would be ideal. The villagers... No, but, okay, guys, please. One at a time. There's a fire! Get out of the way! Okay. I love how Scatterbrain's like, this is not over. Just one more Musafadi. Okay, but Scatterbrained, I think we're dead. Just one more Musafadi. Okay, Scatterbrained. You got enough Musafadi in? Nah, one more Musafadi. I tried so hard and got so moved so far. I mean, they will clear the Night Wave. The B, he's bulking into archers now. He pulls onto the boar. He's not lost a single worker this game. This is brutal. We had a good counter Night Raids and Castle Age with him, actually. I think Men-at-Arms just need to be, like, reassessed a bit. It's problematic because, like, Men-at-Arms in the right scenario can be super cheesy. Otherwise are critically underwhelming. Whereas Knights, I feel like they remain pretty reliable. And Horsemen, of course, feel a lot better, so they're up in terms of value in both Feudal and Imperial Age now. Dude, he doesn't even have important armors. At this point, I love the live by the sword, die by the sword, or rather live by the Kanda, die by the Kanda. Even the Muso win in this game, although the perfect person to blame for the loss. This right here is the African Patsy. Yeah, and I think we're going to call them out for the L's now. The LucifroN can't deliver this. Not with archers now in play. I mean, they've done well against the Knights. I was actually impressed at how well they were doing against the Barded Armor. But this is where you start to get grinded to dust. Kind of respect Scatterbrained for at least having a punt at it. Like, maybe there's a tiny chance. They will valiantly stand the last lady. There ain't going to be many of them less. We haven't even seen more cows this entire time. It's just been stuck on 12. Like, well, yeah, guys, you don't want more than 12. Like, you know, it's very hard to remember cow names past 12. Knights more expensive than stone walls. True, but they hit harder than a stone wall. Oh, unless the stone wall's falling on you, but that sounds like it's your own fault. Whereas, like, if you're walking across the road and a knight runs you over, you've probably got a good insurance claim and a case in court. If a wall falls on you... Actually, no, that's not true. Within the 21st century, in America, you can sue people for anything, so... Carry on. Okay, so knights... Oh, just going to be able to clear out the pit mines. Scatterbrained, this is... We've gone from ambitious and, you know, anime believe stories to risks of delusion. Cool idea, at least, cutting the reinforcements. I like the way he's been trying to use local knowledge. Remember, it gives you a health burst at the start of a fight. You heal every second upon reveal from ambush. Yeah, so much for number advantage. They're going to get swept aside. Maybe old Musafadi would have done this. You guys remember they used to have a lot higher base damage and less bonus to heavy. Not these days, though. A bit more of a sane unit than it used to be. Oh, wait. We had the first raid of the game. All right, baby. It's a comeback story. Boom. Wait, why is he getting that? Why is he getting all pikes? Okay. Guys, all pikes is kind of crazy here. It actually makes spearmen perform better in melees than Muso. Muso will attack quicker, but they will not attack for anywhere near as much. We're talking about 13 damage versus 10. Oof. The idea behind Muso is pretty cool here from Scatterbrained at least. Like, remember, Musafadi have 5 more health than spearmen. They have that local knowledge to heal at the start of the fight. They move quicker. They have stealth. And then on top of that, they cost less. They're only 75 resources compared to 80. There's a lot of reasons why Musafadi is, in theory, a really cool recovery arc that you had here. It's very cost efficient. I think quite often the reason we don't see more of them at the start of Castle is it takes time to build that threatening level. Surely this is the end for Scatterbrained. I've said it like 3 times now. This guy is in full refusal mode. Don't want to call it denial, but if he doesn't GG off this fight, it'll definitely feel like it. It's 100 minutes. There we go. He's like, oh, that army seems to be bigger than my whole population. Let's maybe just go game number 2. Good God. Scatterbrained likes taking a beating. Woof. Well, I didn't hear no bell. That's mainly because, like, you may have been hit very hard already, Scatterbrained. So game 1. We'll be going across to B. The left side win for HRE versus Mali. Get the payouts ready. And then next game, we are going to Pigeon Woods. This is the Highwoods map. Sushi versus Order of the Dragon. Okay. 2 civs that can pro scouts is the most important thing. I don't know if we'll stick with Highwoods. Like, I don't know if Kaiu's here. Might have to bump him. I think, like, we might try and adapt it from standard Highwoods, because I think Highwoods' problem is, like, we're still in a meta that's still fairly good for pro scouts for a number of civs, but you have to play pro scout civs here often, because there's just no berries, really. There's only 1 berry per player, which is pretty bad. Wait, why are we, like, moaning about not being able to build stone walls? If you want stone walls, build them. B has the OP civs. Bad draft? Yeah, it's a bit of a weird draft. Scatterbrained, I know, usually quite likes Roos, and I know that B highly values Mali. And I think... Did Scatterbrained have first pick in the draft? He might have. No, he was second pick. So China, and then they split China-Mali. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's some out-of-the-box thinkings of things like English, but, like, Abbasids, I think I've seen Scatterbrained prioritize this in the mid-draft before. I think it's very situational. Whether we're going to see that situation is a whole other question. Because there is 6-fold crossing. I don't know if I'd say he has the civ for it. One sec, just double checking some in the background. All right, there we go. Situation with picking Abra is when you want to lose a game to give opponent false hope. Kilyadi, how could you say that about one of your favorite civs? Is that why you keep picking it? Kilyadi, isn't Abbasid still like one of your most played civs? I'm pretty sure it's like your 4th most played civ. Like all time, right? Dude, it's your 2nd most played civ. Jesus! DevStorm top tier. I think Kaiser Johan might have something to say to you about who contributed more there. All right. Here we go, folks. It is a new map, but a familiar one. Knights of Cross and Rose did release Highwoods, and we look to innovate and improve that map. It's an updated version of this map from the DLC that came early in 2025. Game number 2 of this series between B and Scatterbrained. B, with the early lead, goes to Sushi, and Scatterbrained looking for someone different here in the Order of the Dragon pick. All right, Order of the Dragon's kind of cool. You can pull out onto the board the deer, these type of things early on. This map has got more deer than a standard Dry Arabia map, but it also has these kind of like spaghetti routes to lead into to kind of sneak economy off and wall it in to stop early raids. B, playing Sushi, I would wholly expect it just to be pro scouts. It just makes a lot of sense, this civ. For Order of the Dragon, they have been known to go pro scouts in the past, but there's definitely options. Kuyo says his top 3 most played civs are Mongols, English, Abba. That's top 3 worst civs. What? Mongols aren't that bad. I feel like there's worse civs than Mongols that you could put in 3rd place on that list. Are they really? I feel like, isn't Mongols more viable than John? Definitely in tournament play, it feels like it. Mongols sees a crap ton more use than John. And Order of the Dragon, actually. OTD's Yon are definitely lower priority than Mongols in competitive. Ladder, you might have an argument, but it depends on the ladder maps, whether Mongols works at all. OTD is a top tier water civ. Yeah, but Mongols is a really good pick for water hybrid maps. Like maps like Kalauga, Mongols is like a top 3 pick. OTD, hello. We have got a big boy Arkin. Okay, this is the type of thing I was looking forward to with these type of tree lines. Because like this looks very risky, but with a few walls, you can actually bridge yourself a pretty safe area here. Securing board and deer alike alongside tree lines. Problem is, it is going to be a long walk for anyone additional to come out, which is why Scatterbrained already sent everyone across. More like top 8 in Kalauga? Okay, but I feel like it ranks higher than Order of the Dragon on hybrid maps. And then if we're playing on land maps even, like Mongols seems to get more play than Order of the Dragon on land maps like Hillendale, Dry Arabia, etc. I actually dig that he's doing a greedy Arkin Chapel though. Like if he's not going to go pro scouts, then you should be able to get away with this greed within reason. And you're up against Shushi, so playing standard OOTD isn't exactly going to favor you. Bumbo. Well, I think the scout will end up there. But these are chunky villages. They'll be able to get through it. So deer plus the boar. Sheep get left over here. Be a shame if someone was to heist you straight over. Calm down. All right, he might heist him, but not that quickly. Scatterbrained, by the way, hasn't even scouted B's side of the map yet. Moving across now. We've got 12 sheep for Scatterbrained. B sitting pretty at the 14 mark. What's the follow-up now from Scatterbrained? It looks like a castle. With the split 10 on food, 5 on gold, this is definitely macro for Castle Age. So he's just going to bypass as quickly as possible. B, of course, is definitely going pro scouts. You can see by the gold already. I think B just feudal rushes him. I think it's too late for that. He just scouted it, but you're already committed. Like, you're already 300 plus gold into the pro scouts. You're not going to switch. He might try and pressure play afterwards, but I just don't think there's time. Scatterbrained, likely looking at Burgrave, just gives him the inflate into Spearman, which you're going to want, because the most likely response now to come out your opponent is to fast castle. If he realizes that threat, he could try and add in Chug in prep, but realistically, you want to try and get your Lancers ASAP, because at the end of the day, this is still exposed economy. The tricky part is if you don't get here fast enough, it's just going to all get eaten. That's the thing, remember. All of the Dragon villages are inherently quicker at gathering, and now they're being inflated even further with the inspiration buff. So this is all going to disappear fast. Already at 1,000 food? Yep. Welcome to Order of the Dragon with Arkin on board. And it's 10 workers. It's more than half his economy on food. What I love is the fact there's no additional people going over here. He didn't even get wheelbarrow, so it wouldn't have been on the menu. Force drop off, not quite there for Scatterbrained. Yeah, I was about to say. No, just there we go. Just get it all in. That's so painful. It's like, I think this is mathematically correct. No. Stupid Order of the Dragon. Why can't they be buffed more? Burgrave. About to be big buff boys coming out of this. B, he actually added in the archer range, funnily enough. So I guess Lancer plus Chug on castle timing. He's definitely rushing it as well. You got 14 on the gold. Probably want to supervise that, actually. Yeah, there we go. Worth it at that stage. I mean, he's got all the wood he needs. He's got the wood to build additional housing and maybe add in enough stables. And then you can just supervise your way to mass Chug and mass Lancers. So Mount Academy should be the clear target. You could actually go Shaolin Monastery. It's not a bad idea to pick up relics and also semi-decent at contesting the Guild of Men-at-Arms. Like, a Guild of Men-at-Arms should still beat a Shaolin Monk, but you'll put up a better fight than you'd think, and if you survive the fight, you get to heal all damage off. I've got a monster. Ooh, okay. Now, this is really cool. So, Scatterbrained is rushing towards relics, but we're not getting the Shaolin Monks from B. So, you're just going for the greed. Mount Lu Academy. It's weird to say this is the greed over getting monks to pick up relics, but really, the monks, initially, when you go for them, it's about fighting and then relics. First few Men-at-Arms on the way. How many deer does this map have? This map has got 36 deer. So that does mean that it's sitting at about 25% more deer than a standard map, but not crazy levels. We're not talking about Carmel, for example. This first Guild of Men-at-Arms, though. Wait, he didn't upgrade him. Wait, whoa. Timothy, slow down. Oh, no. I was about to say, that guy's dying way too fast. He did not wait for the veterancy on the Men-at-Arms. So he just sacked 240 resources. Well, the relic timing's at least looking good. Second one now picked up. I like this idea from Scatterbrained. You know, organically, Shushi loved to play relics into Yuan for pagodas. He's going to strip that option from the table entirely. Do we have enough racks for upgrading? No, we don't. Is Scatterbrained considering just going Imperial? He's outposting the second gold. He's gathering stones, so emplacement's going to be coming in. He's still got the back deer after this near the Archon, but it won't be in range. B is now creeping in. Scatterbrained. About to get a rude awakening on the boar. Some low HP villagers as well. Prime target. Scatterbrained looks to pull away, but that's already -1. B now forcing huge amounts of idle time. Great reaction. B knew exactly when that was coming. Backs away before it becomes a threat. 5 Lancers in total. We have got hardened status on these spearmen, but they still seem to be lacking. He just queued up the veterancy. A long wait, though. 40 seconds. Reminder, the way the Burgrave works, it's not going to discount the cost of that. It only discounts the cost of producing units. The tech will research 35% quicker, but that doesn't sound that good. Not compared to Supervision and what that's doing on the other side. Dali Horse is now on the way in. Spearmen are going to get cut down one by one. We have got spoon emplacements in, though, and that's going to be a threat point. For the dive. It's very difficult to get kills this early on Order of the Dragon because they have less villages than standard civs. And his villages tend to be more tanky, but he just realized if there's only 9 at the TC, where are the rest of them? Oh my god, he could hit him from every angle here. Scatterbrained, he might struggle to protect himself. If B just splits the Lancers up and feels like he's got the micro to handle 5 different angles, that's when it gets difficult for these Spearmen to just hunker down and protect all. And you're seeing the issue here. Lancers get in. Up down 1 or 2 more. Spearmen get baited away. Lancers come in from the other side again. This is getting uncomfortable. Scatterbrained, I mean, the intent is very clear now. He's still thinking about Imperial. And what else is he meant to do against this? At this point, you can try to inflate Spearmen, but you know it's just going to invite repeater bows. Good to know the Lancer over here. The 4th relic now coming back. When you have knights, they all get stuck. Have you tried applying some WD-20? Might make him a little bit squeaky clean, get him out of there. Like, look, the goal here really is that you just need to slick your Lancers in peanut butter. That way the Spearmen can never grab onto them. There is a risk, though. It tends to attract grizzly bears. But I, for one, would welcome that, as I still want to have bears in this game. All right, guys. I want to go completely off the reserve here. What I want a new Rus variant Civ. I want it to be called the Cult of the Bears. They literally ride bears into battle. That is all. No other unique units needed. I will pay $10 for this. Thank you. B now with the cheek. Scatterbrained is still going for him. I mean, this is crazy, though. Like, the worker lead. I guess Scatterbrained, if he gets enough emplacements up, there is a way. I can't believe French got 2 variants before Rus got 1. In fairness, though, one of those French variants is not a real French variant. Knights Templar. It's really unfair to call Knights Templar a variant Civ. It's not at all. It's its own unique Civ. Okay, so Deer on the backside. Scatterbrained is going to get what he needs. He can go Imperial soon. Whether he's going to survive once he is Imperial is the big question. What's up, Zuby0T? Thank you very much. New Delhi version where every unit's elephants, even villages, but for Russian? Yeah, we need bear villages. Cubs that are able to go forage berries. They'll look adorable. And then we can, like, just have a tag on them the same as sheep, where if you kill them, it just says, you monster. Actually, he hasn't pro-scouted the whole map. Scatterbrained took some of it, and also Beast still doesn't. What is that? Oh, that is so sneaky. I don't know if you get a mill in there, but guys, mark my words. When the Tughlaq Dynasty is released, I'm playing this map. I'm running a worker elephant out here with the safest economy in the world. Like a Swiss bank. Oh. And there's resources banked. Going in the Schwabia now. So Scatterbrained ready to activate the Love Hotel. Let's see if he can sell out all rooms. Gilded Village is now queued up. Heavily discounted with this. Remember, you pay 66% less, produce 200% quicker. So Gilded Villager, which are better villagers, every 8 seconds. Can you get in? Yes, you can get in. I'm pretty sure you can get in that gap. This map is really snaky for like where you can go. Like here, look. See? It's got some really funky gaps in there. He just has so much deer though. Oh my God. I don't think he's hungry, guys. I think he's quite a chubby bee. Yeah, this is the queen bee right now. Feed me. Whew. Whereas Scatterbrained may have to start investing in farms. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, sorry, outpost. I meant to say outpost. That's so similar. Oh, it looks like Scatterbrained has decided to stop trying to beat B at an RTS, as is instead decided to try and beat him at playing tower defense games. I mean, why not? You got 5 relics. Cannon emplacements now on the way. Triple cannon emplacement. The safest marketplace in the world. Up to 6 Imperial officials, by the way. What was this meditation card in the end? I actually wasn't too bad overall. 24 food, 16 wood, and then 25 stone and gold. So it was a 90 resource medi-garden. That's decent. He does have siege engineering on the way. So he's going to look for the poor man's solution to breaking these towers, it seems. I thought he'd actually just be upfield with siege by now. Just add in a few trebuchets and start bringing down the defenses. Arms getting added in, though. Some sparks of hope, maybe, for Scatterbrained. but maybe not for long. B. He's going for Sacred Site. Oh, you. Look at the stone being gathered as well. It's not a lot, but you can get a few outpost emplacements with Springholds here. It's pretty smart. So this is where actually this version of Highwood is 12,000% better than the original version. Because the original version would have had a Sacred Site here and another one here. And then a trade post here and a trade post here. Meaning that Sacred Site victories were really hard. Like, this map was essentially Highview 2.0 in a bad way. So this is at least something that's nicer, is actually Sacred Site win conditions are feasible. He's going for the full wall. Temple of the Sun now on the way. 2TC as well from B. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a macro game. It has to be. Like, the Palace of Schwabi's been online for a few minutes. Hasn't been denied. Still, I'm outside of the military size, struggling to see B's clear advantage. Like, he's behind on workers now. He lost the relic game. And he still needs to make a farm transition. While Scatterbrained may not have great amounts of farms, he already began that. He's 11 deep. And actually, yeah, that's smart. Now he's able to play out towards the Aachen for the wood gathering and now setting up good farms. Is B just fully committing to this Sacred Site win con? Guess he feels like it's a lot safer than trying to dive multiple emplacements. Build multiple landmarks at the same time, do you get Tang Dynasty for all of them? Yes. Because he's still in this dynasty, therefore he still gets that effect. In fact, what landmark could I show you? Wait, my brain isn't working. Hello? Am I blind? Where's the Shalom Monastery? Well, that's right. I think it locks you out of, like, doing multi-landmarks, i.e. you can't, like, prep all the other ones as well, right? Hey, stop building the Jiangnan for now. What happened there? Huh? What? Bro, don't leave me hanging. No, you don't get scout vision with Sushi. You get discounts on age up. But he's already aged up to age 4, so there's no extra there. There's no point delaying the dynasty now, because, like, he can't... You can see by the bar, there's... Oh, wait, there you go. It's working now. Why wasn't it working before? There you go. So, like, is he planning to add in the Sushi... Yes! Oh, my God, dude. He's adding in the Sushi library as well. So he's going to stack all the discounts... Oh, that's freaking brilliant. I don't know why. I kept selecting this village. I was like, why are they missing? I guess they must have stopped that. And I missed that patch. So here you go, guys. So he got the discount on going Imperial. He's going to get the discount on going Imperial twice. And then he gets the Song Dynasty so he can then afford cheaper farms. But it's not going to be cheap farms for long. Because if he completes the Sushi library, he then goes to Ming. And he hasn't added in any farms yet. So... This will at least give him access to granaries. It's still worth doing. But it's kind of comical the way it's played out. And we have got the revitalization. So full HP for all of these units. What a weird game. $10,000 bolts. So it's all about the repeater bows, it seems. But... I mean, Scatterbrained has been given so much time, he actually looks scary now. Like, this game that looked like it was going to be an Etagigi looks like it might be a sweet victory for SB. B. I don't think he wants this fight. He has at least got the Knight upgrades coming in with the 10,000 bolts, but that means he prioritized 10,000 bolts over getting the Chug upgraded. Still needs to come. Instead, he just sidesteps straight into crossbows. Has got the Ming. And, oh, okay, yeah, he goes Giga Stack. Divine Charge for the 20% increased damage. He's got Dully Horses for the 20% increased attack speed. And then, of course, the Ming only works on dynasty-based units, but this does mean later on he can go for dynastic protectors to get things like the Raiders as well as the Imperial Guards, which will benefit from the Divine Charge as well, Kali Horses. And you can get pretty stacked here. One odd game. Scatterbrained now trying to force a fight for the decap. Numbers are on his side. He does not have incendiary arrows or elite army tactics, though. Might prove to be a problem here. Definitely there's some slight hesitation, as his incendiary arrows are already there for B. Nice charge forward. Scatterbrained, I think he's getting baited a little here. He hasn't waited for the techs. The men-at-arms aren't looking that tanky. No, they just tend to melt quite quickly for a unit that has 340 HP. So he backs away now, but that means B gets to keep that clock ticking. Stable. So Scatterbrained going for the Horseman switch. My only concern is he's not really dealt with the Knights yet. I mean, he has 20 Gilded Crossbows, so in theory, he has the answer. But so far in the fights, hasn't been able to flex it. And we have got a Horseman switch up now from B. Will be a creep out on the east side. That looks like a feasible decap. It's the burn free first. Does give B time to mobilize. This is where it's actually a really good idea to be toggling with the Temple of Sun. Like, switching over into Divine Haste right now is great for getting the army in position, and then switching back for charge. But I think B is just worried about forgetting. So he leaves it on the Divine Charge. Decap about to begin. Let's get the torches out. Crossbows are backing up quite a lot here, though, which is dangerous. Does mean that Lancers can get a fight. And this is one of those annoying things about infantry armies. They're so slow like this. Good initial snipes on the Lancers. I suppose Yuchuga now here. Just a weird dance for B because of the way he walls. Because he's technically curving to go back towards the other sacred site each time. It's not just a straight run. And it's happening. We've got Yuan Raiders. All right, these are the badasses. These boys right here, Yuan Raiders, 200 base HP, and it only costs 120 resources. They've right now got 13 damage per strike. They're meant to be worker raiders, but they're actually surprisingly good replacements for horsemen in direct engagements. Yeah, and they're so ridiculously fast. They move at maximum movement speed, 2 movement speed per second. No melee armor, but decent ranged armor. So this is meant to be his answer against the crossbow threat. We've got a big horseman wave from Scatterbrained, though, and a decap attempt in the center. He's going to re-rally like that. So splits them up. These are the crossbows here to deal with the enemy crossbows. And then he's going to send the cavalry over to defend the center. We'll have to sneak on. Yuan Raiders get there just in time. We're 3.5 minutes away from a victory for B. Can he hold here long enough, though? He has to kind of just kite around. He can't stand still. Looks like he's going to buy the time, though. Knights get in. Scatterbrained has to duck out, but difficult to do so against Mass Cav. He's now going for the third sacred site. I'll tell you what, this is impressive. It's not easy to spread wide as Order the Dragon. They actually struggle with this because they just don't have as many physical entities. And usually struggle to stay alive in these type of situations. Look at the numbers. It's a swarm. B jumps in. He gets rid of the men-at-arms. All gone. Decap coming from the south side, but now the Yuan Raiders are there as well. Oh, this is such an infuriating way to slowly lose the game. I think he gets the decap in the end. Villagers now being pulled. They're going to be walled in. And a castle drop now on the way. What is happening in this game? B's going to run some troops up here, but Castles definitely could play it. Scatterbrained will stop the timer. But the map has become so bloody chaotic. The Scatterbrained says enough of this random crap. No more. I've got too many workers anyway, so I might as well get the decap guaranteed. He's going to try to march troops up here. He's going for the ram play to clear this. Remember, he stopped siege engineering a long time ago, but never found a use for it. Has to be careful in the center here, by the way. He set up granaries on the forward, which means that Scatterbrained is actually not very far away from hitting the economy of the Shushi. Lancers over here are going to get the win. Horsemen take a fair few with the heavy cav with them. Who's winning this? He's struggling to keep numbers up right now. It's turning into mass Gilded Horsemen versus mass Yuan Raiders. The Chug don't matter here. The Chug are just something to die. And the problem is, Gilded Horsemen will beat Yuan Raiders. Yeah, I think B actually might need to go for the Imperial Guards, which are the heavy melee armor melee cav. This game is so messy. Scatterbrained is going to lose a few workers for this defense. Maybe more than a few. What the hell happened? Oh my god! The double strike from these crossbowmen hits so hard. Scares him away. The rest garrison inside. The Rams look like they are going to achieve business, but business is booming for Scatterbrained elsewhere. Look at what's happening! B! I think this is an L! Scatterbrained, with the unlimited cav line, has reached the farms. There's no big Great Wall gatehouse to protect this area. B. It's a bloodbath. Barely having a semblance of an army left alive. And nowhere to really gather the food to remax. He's got a second granary cluster just to the south side. I wouldn't be surprised if Scatterbrained reveals that in the coming minute, though, considering just how many ponies are on the way. What a crazy game. Getting into this series, people would have had it pegged to just be a B domination, but this has been impressive out of Scatterbrained. Horseman wave now just going to dive in. They do not care about the Yuan Raiders. They just want those Chug kills. Chug knew that just disintegrate to this almost 40 damage per strike. 3 hits for a kill. Not a bad deal. Scatterbrained gonna munch down. Now the Yuan Raiders, though. Hold on. The numbers starting to even up. B, he takes a heavy hit, but he's not done yet. Oh my god. Yuan Raiders, they were looking underwhelming, but he finally got all the techs together. Feels like they've started to level up on their damage now. They're striking for 26 damage compared to the 20 on the Gilded Horsemen. Health advantage is definitely with those horsemen. The Yuan Raiders just so damn cheap. Problem is, Scatterbrained has an unharassed economy. 3.5k food income a minute. B doesn't even have half of that. It's just too exposed. In hindsight, you gotta be wondering, why did B maybe not use this area first? Guess he was closer in this area with the second TC, but it's definitely someone that's come back to bite him. Scatterbrained is going to take a chill pill, which is a little surprising here. Horsemen weren't even elite that whole time. Welcome to Gilded Units. They truly can carry their own. And keep in mind, Biology took a while to come in as well. Now that he has it at 450 HP on each of these bad boys. The crazy part is that B still keeps going back to Chug as an answer. And that's going to be a problem in the next fight. Scatterbrained is capping out on men-at-arms. And I'd love to see Scatterbrained just get his hands on the Inspired Warriors tech. That just breaks this open as easy as can be. He'll have 10 ranged armor against the Chug that are going to be tickling him for, what, 13 per strike? It's barely going to register on the health bar. Not to mention the damage buff. It's percentile based, so very impactful in these late game units. No, for some reason, Scatterbrained never got it. I wonder if it's just an oversight at this point in the build. He does get the breathing room to go into the biology. He's actually switching spears now, but oh no. I think he waited too long for this. The reveal comes through. B has a total of 1 crossbowman to counterplay this. Good men at arms clubbing through. They are surrounded though. They're outnumbered. Wave on the left side. Slow to arrive. The granary is actually griefing Scatterbrained in the fight. Yeah, wait. B able to hold on the east side. Backline at risk from the west, but I'm actually impressed, to be honest with you. The Chug are doing a lot more damage than you would have expected here. It's not like look at the kill speed against a unit that should hard counter them. What? How is B not dead? I mean, he has to be soon, surely. But now, though, B holds on. Back farms are the problem, though. Scatterbrained, he's stuck in! B! This second cluster gets shut down. Hardened Spearman to try and react to this. Does not sound very threatening. However, the front side of the engagement has held. B is not dead. Oh my god. Might just end up being the game of the week. Scatterbrained. It just feels like it's a venture into each possible outcome to counter what Shushi's doing. We have got that final form activating though. Gilded Hand Cannon is now on the way. Horsemen. They didn't even care about the spears, even though they're vetted. They start to strike through them. B knows he can't stop working, so just tries to ignore the threat. Goes back onto the forward farms. Castle drop now on the way. Scatterbrained, unaware, but he is marching in. The problem is, it's going to be the Shushi villagers building it. Can he be quick enough here? Scatterbrained, he sees it. Looks to commit. Only a few hand cannoneers, mind you. Horsemen are going to rotate around the back. Textiles will make it a bit harder to kill them. The villagers commit. The castle does go up. 11 villagers get inside safely. But this men-at-arms wave, this might be the one too big. B. The Yuan Raider line is not that thick anymore. He has started to get crossbowmen together, however, and it's going to be enough again. Oh my god. Scatterbrained, every time it looks like this should just be the default moment where Order the Dragon does it. In a game where he has over 3 times the food income of the Shushi, he's still not found that killing blow. I mean, there were moments where it kind of looked like he's huffing at the hopium. I know when we watched the Scatterbrained versus B game 1, it looked like Scatterbrained was doing a lot of that, but this has felt at times like it's exceeding that. Every time you think about saying, that's it, it's over, B does something to convince you still in it, even against 70 gilded farms. Scatterbrained now switching into cannons. Horsemen just can't out-rotate these Yuan Raiders. We do have the biology. Remember, Yuan Raiders, it's basically half the cost of Gilded Horsemen. So, with it being half the population, if you mirror the investment, actually, Yuan Raiders can beat Horsemen. This is 450 HP versus 250, 23 damage versus 26. And a better attack speed. So, they can actually beat out Gilded Horsemen, surprisingly enough. It's not quick because the health bars are so big, but it does work. What on earth just happened here? The body block for range. Cleans him up. Yeah, I've got a second group with the backstab. Scatterbrained, he's done this before. Last time B's reaction was slow, but this time it will be on point. Elite Spearman, get the block. No elite army tactics yet from B. Wonder if he thinks it's worth investing considering the horsemen. Bombard's now to the front line from B. Villagers. Good luck against Gilded Horsemen. That's impossible. Yeah, he needs it as well. With Divine Defense, he can actually outrange the Culverins. And this is exactly how you get outplayed. Instead, it's -2 bombards. For 2 horseman kills. Raiders. Whoa, boy. Needs some extra assistance. Villagers pull for the repair. Reminder, Euron Raiders do get bonus damage against siege. So they're very good at taking out these Culverins if they can reach them. And Cinder Arrow is now coming through. Scatterbrained. He's going back to the crossbows. And I wonder if there's ever a world in which B just stonewalls some of these small choke points. Especially on the east side. I think that's where the creep-ins are happening a lot. Actually, no. I think they're mainly just been going straight for the center. Big flash coming in. No elite army tactics. Divine Haste is on. Which means he doesn't have the extra damage on the Raiders. They're just going to die. Melting to the hand cannoneers. Look at the backline, though. The Chuk Nu starting to push forward. B, he equalized on the military pop. Can he stick it to him? The hand cannoneer count next to non-existent. The front line lacking. He only has 1 man at arms. B pushes him away. In the retreat, Culverins going to be going down. 1, make it 2. He gets the kills he needs. The castle was dropped. So B doesn't have a strong point to hide behind. But he continues to push. Repeat bows into a choke point. Regrettable up against the cannon emplacement. Backs up temporarily to get the spread. Spearman. Front line. Able to hold for the moment. But the horseman trying to brute force through. B. Just A-click committing in here. With the gilded crossbows coming in to contest him. The horseman breaking through. B. He's got nothing queued up in reserve. This is it. Scatterbrained had to bludgeon his skull until brains were left on the Shu-Shi wall. But it will crumble before his might. The wave to provide the killing blow. B has got nothing left. How the hell he lasted this long, I'm not sure. But Scatterbrained has found the box to tick. A healthy 3-unit comp, Gilded Horsemen, Men-at-Arms, and the crossbows to boot. Crossbows really the thing I think that was lacking. Quite often, Scatterbrained fighting with melee into melee ranged is what made this so difficult so often. But now there can be no doubt about it. Ford Granary is being sacked. B forced to commit again before he's able to remax. Scatterbrained, almost 4,500 food, 2,000 gold income per minute. This will not stop. The war economy of Order of the Dragon, too strong for too long. Scatterbrained roars like a dragon of old. Damn. Are you kidding me? How the hell did we get to that point? That game was wild. Might be uploadable right there, baby. Whoop. All right. So that means that Scatterbrained is on the board. Win on Highwoods. Well played. Let's see what we've got coming up next. We're going to Gorge. China versus English. I'd be impressed if England can win this one. It's a decent pro scouting map. Can be easy to get suffocated in your starting spawn. Oh my god. Shout out to the boys. Delivering, man. Alright, who's now a Scatterbrained believer after that? Be honest. Because that was freaking crazy. I'm impressed for sure. He had a chance in the mid game, but he was too passive guarding sacred sites. Yeah, it's. I get his reservation. It's like the cannon emplacements and crap coming in. We've all been there against HRE more often than Order of the Dragon, but it just feels like diving them is a quick way to lose the game. But it did feel like it was the type of game that he needed to finish. The idea on the sacred sites is kind of cool, but like unless you want to commit to castles early on, it's very difficult to achieve. And you don't really want to go castles once you're up against the Imperial Age of Order of the Dragon, because that means they have culverins. And castles get a lot of diminishing return on value once your opponent hits age 4. I thought he was going to go Trebs actually in castle and just try to push in. Slow siege things down, but it's always tricky because slow siege is a truly slow siege when you're up against the Order of the Dragon and HRE with emergency repairs. Oh, apparently the 30,000 layoffs that Amazon have done is going to affect the Twitch staff as well. Damn. Alright, we just had what will possibly... Actually, not even possibly. We just had what will easily end up being the game of the week at this rate between these two. We head into game number 3 in this best of 5, and it is drawn up between the 3D clan members. B looks to break that tie with China. And Scatterbrained. Oh, if only it was 2022. How much you believe in this, Civ. The English is what he trusts on Gorge. Woof. Don't know if he's going to like it when he sees the spawn, though. B getting a double deer together. It's kind of crazy. That's a really, really good spawn for Pro Scout play. Other side, I'm probably expecting just your standard 2 TC build that we often see. We want to get predictions in here. Let's see who's going to be favored. Oh, we already done them. 88% for B. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. China is the bannable Civ, you know. Every time in a draft, at the moment, it's Lancaster ban, and then China gets picked. So can't really say I'm shocked to see most people. Can't say I'm appalled to see most people backing the obvious horse in the race. But, you know, the interesting thing to think about here is when you get these type of matchups, you don't see them very often. There is a semblance of hope for that Civ on the, you know, receiving end of what's meant to be a punishment. And that, you know, because you don't see English versus China, it might be that this is a less trained, a less practiced matchup. Still, even if it plays standard, I do think China tends to have a good timing here. You can go Pro Scouts into Mass for Feudal and just try to push the second TC. It might be that B does something different and actually just opens archers and forgoes the second part of the play, the Pro Scouts, until later. That has been growing in popularity just to try and stop other people's greed first. My God, the walls are so loud on this one. It's because distance to camera matters. So if there's wolves, yeah, like here up on the hill, and your camera is here, it means the wolf is technically closer to the listen point of the camera when you're down here than if you're up here. Hence why they sound so loud. Really makes you wish you had the, you know, the mouse hunting ability from Theme Hospital. Does anyone remember that? Where you used to get mice in your hospital and you could just like try and flick shoot them as they ran around. With a, I'm pretty sure a shotgun, from what I remember of the noise. And yeah, despite the fact you'd be using a shotgun, you still had to be perfectly accurate with the thing. Like, what? It's a shotgun. Aim in the general direction of mouse and shoot. Doesn't matter if we hit any of the patients. They're in a hospital already. We can fix that. Okay, and Abbey of Kings is coming in. Yeah, so exactly what we were anticipating. And after the intensity of last game, this feels slow. You know, I was playing a bit, and I still kind of feel that way sometimes, where it's like, the start of Age of Empires 4 is very much designed to like let you kind of calmly think about what you want to do. I do wonder if, given another year or 2 or 3, people will start to regret that element of the game and just want the mid-game to start faster. Especially if we don't continue to build into things like points of interest so that Dark Age has more options. So B, how did we do? 15 sheep to 9. Scatterbrained got the short end of the stick there. Already have farms coming in early. We've seen this build starting to return. You place the mill next to the TC so that you can stretch the initial farms around. The idea is that it minimizes drop-off because in Age 1, Age 2, your gathering rate, especially without fertilization, horticulture, etc., isn't good enough to reach these back farm pieces before the first ones respawn. You'll get about halfway. So it minimizes your walk distance because you're going to be on this side close to the TC anyway. Yeah, whereas like at this point, you'd add the farms in on the corners of the mill, and then you're getting like a diagonal effect where you're going to have more walk distance in general. Time for Empire Wars to make us come back. I do wonder if like I don't know, Empire Wars is very different half and very polarizing for a lot of people. But I guess you like, I kind of see the logic of people arguing like it was too early. I don't know if it would have ever been on time though. Like Empire Wars just wasn't balanced in the end. And I feel for the devs. Like I get the logic as well. I talked to them about it. It's like they wanted to balance it, but like when you have no one playing it, you can't balance it. At that point, you're just wasting valuable dev time, whizzing in the wind, trying to guess. Okay, so being into Spearman, Scatterbrained is going for a horseman play. This is not 2TC at all. I thought he might just open 1 or 2 stable units and still 2TC. Instead, he's trying to catch B pro scouting. Props to B. He's played this well, so far resisting it. And if there's any player who wouldn't rush it, B would be the one. We've seen him in multiple civs actually try to avoid pro scouts. Yeah, B's in one of those anti-pro scouts arcs, I feel like. We've seen him using a lot of popular pro scout civs and just not doing it, which I respect a lot. When are we getting Age of Democracy? Whoa, no. Don't need that crap. We need Age of Vassalization. Where you just have like an Age of Empires type game where there's like 16 players on the map. And then when you beat them, they become your vassals. So you just keep vassalizing and vassalizing until you get like 2 big honcho kings left that haven't been vassalized yet. Okay, so Scatterbrained, I guess this is going to be Abbey of Kings then. This game has gone weird. Yeah, we've got B now going for pro scouts. Yeah, with survival techniques following up. So he is finally getting his economy, but I think Scatterbrained, he got the better end of the deal. Pro scouts only starting now as Scatterbrained is getting ready to go age 3 is kind of rough. I mean, B can play catch up though. But Scatterbrained... Man, this is a blast from the past. Double mill TC? I haven't seen this type of build in a while, I feel like. As lean and efficient as possible, folks. I think Empire Wars exists just to pander to a vocal minority of StarCraft fanboys. Not really. I think part of the thought process was that, like, from a Red Bull Wolo standpoint, they may have wanted a faster paced game because they required of AoE2. So I think the devs just try to get proactive in anticipation of that potentially being asked. It never was asked in the end, but it's just to be safe. And there's the King's Palace now coming through. Don't want to block those farms. No. Actually, I'm outraged, Scatterbrained. Why not here? If we placed the King's Palace here, we could have got 2 more farm clusters. Come on. B getting ready to castle himself. Guess you go Imperial Palace. Nestabys have lost a lot of their value in castle these days. It just doesn't feel as monumental of a value point anymore. Oh, but he goes for it. Okay, I wonder why B goes Clock Tower over Palace here. Maybe because he doesn't think that the English can outraid him? The other possibility is, like, normally you go Imperial Palace when you want to try and scout out something vital. Either a raid on you or somewhere to raid. But with English, they don't really use much gold with a decent number of their builds in castle. This one will if it's mass knights. So that means they shouldn't be moving out to the flanks too quickly. And the farms are going to be condensed around one area probably. So he probably doesn't see any value of, like, finding someone sneaking on the boar or the deer. If this was a civ that doesn't add farms but instead goes boar and deer, I think B probably values Imperial Palace a lot higher. Yeah, I'm hopeful that the new roguelike mode goes over well. I think it's a much needed change in direction with AO4. No, I've been vocal about it that I think everything's way too focused on 1v1 PvP, and I think that's a mistake. We're not doing anything to really reach a new audience. It's nice to make sure you keep entertaining the existing audience you have, but it's good to see some resources being allocated towards finding new ones. I really hope they add a leaderboard, though. They really need a leaderboard. That was one of my big feedback points around the Knights of Cross and Rose. The fact that they didn't add a leaderboard into those missions was a mistake. Okay, so Scatterbrained hesitant to take a fight right now. Even though he's got double knight here against a handful of feudal spears. Works out nicely for him, though. Instead, he's going to be able to intercept the pro scout attempt. B is going to be camping relics, however, and he already has triple monk in play. Wow. Okay, did he supervise? He may have supervised the monastery there. Feels like this has been very fast. Already have a monk out here. AO4 player base does not like single player content as per Steam statistics. Yeah, but that's confirmation bias right there. Like, hey, the people we have right now don't play single player content. Okay, yeah, that's got it. So we've got a bunch of content for those people. But how do we get new people? Well, let's try and actually facilitate a different content arc to get new people on board. Same reason why you do attempt the experiments on like Empire Wars. Maybe there were people that would have preferred that. Same idea of like attempting a mode where you just start with like a fully set up base and you pretty much only play the military element. That could be a cool game mode because some people cater to that. Like the CBA game mode, if you think about it. Good intercept here. Scatterbrained does not have numbers on his side right now. Economically, he gradually will, though. More farms coming in. Here's 2TC versus the 1 of China. Man, he just has so much resource. He's going straight pagodas. Oh, this is a sick play. It's 4 relics, soon to be 5. So of course you want pagodas here. And on top of that, he can go for the Yuan, which is going to give him the movement speed to chase down the limited troops Scatterbrained has. Still extra deer left. It's kind of crazy, but I mean, this is, I think, the negative of playing English into Chinese. With Pro Scouts, you're giving over so much value to China, rather, because England doesn't want to touch it. Remember, English at this stage with the 25% buff, now 30% buff in Castle Age, they're better off being on farms than deer. Full stop. Deer will not beat farms with the English. That's without adding in the gathering text that every civ has. Then it's just a no-brainer. Scatterbrained. Is he going to be ready for what's coming next? Because it looks like B. What? Oh, he's torn. He's like, do I go Castle Age again, or do I go Imperial Age? Because with 5 relics, you would have fought pagodas. This psycho, is he going to just drop his Imperial landmark in the enemy base? B marches in with the Lancers, finds the crossbows unguarded. He's going for a trade out here. Scatterbrained only has a 10 worker lead. Spam spam is going to work out, able to push away the aggro. Lancers breaking the defense here. There's no crossbowmen left. B still with 10 plus knights to raid with. Oh, he's going to find his kills. Scatterbrained, huge idle time, barely has a worker lead. Behind on economy, no doubt. And behind this, it is Spirit Way. What? This is a freaking wild game. Oh man, these two are entertainers. It's like a mini Anatan B effect. Villager's just nowhere safe to go. At least has Wheelbarrow to dance around a little, but this is getting out of control. The entire eco lead on villager count is gone. Scatterbrained is now behind. And B is another age ahead. It seemed greedy, but when you consider the last 2 minutes of play, Scatterbrained has had no ability to gather food this entire time. He can't try to mirror with his own in-play. He can't try to now rebuttal with a counter raid. He doesn't have anyone to raid with. Oh, I guess there's these three guys, but we don't talk about them. Freaking wild game. Oh, it's kind of sad these games probably won't make on the channel now that I think about it. We're a week out from the DLC. We've had some bangers. Good lord. Maybe on high priority, the upload of the Sushi one. Yeah, this is like one of those weird things where like you're streaming like, yeah, but none of it's going to be made into YouTube content. What are we doing? What are we doing, silly gooses? B. He's gone to TC now. Can we just, like, we've got 5 pagodas. B, come on. Like, surely, not 5, we've got 5 relics. Surely we pagoda. You know, sometimes you get these type of games where it just looks like someone showcasing landmarks and stuff like that. And this is kind of that type of game. To be, last piece of food being gathered. Does he Yuan? I don't know what else you'd be saving for at this stage. Is he just straight up going Ming? It's nice to actually have the farm coverage, but outside that, like, why do you need Ming here? Okay, maybe just more knights. He's got the elite upgrade on the way. Scatterbrained is destitute on gold. Oh, God, yeah. I mean, he tried knights plus crossbows. He drained himself. We talked about English being one of those civs that can get away without needing the flanks as much, because they can just tech and then get enclosures, but not with the way this game has been played. So Scatterbrained needs to be safe here. B, he realizes it. Spearmen are already heading over. Barbican coming in to secure the 8k. Wait. Is this an ancient technique strat? You get Barbican, then you get your Imperial Palace. Then you get ancient techniques for huge gathering rate increases. I mean, it's not actually a bad idea here. He still has a farm issue. As in, he needs to start building any farms. He has none. I'm pretty sure this is the last food source he's got. King is at least going to arrive on the Barbican. Pretty tanky at this stage. Do you think it's hard for him to play when his brain is scattered? No, because like what you do is you just create a mesh network of brains. You just take your big brain and you carve it up into loads of small brains. And then you let all those brains communicate. And then they just turn into a hive mind, an uncentralized hive mind, sharing information between them. It's like playing English, and you build all your outposts everywhere. Yeah, it's just neural network brain. Scatterbrained is Alexa. Alright, Scatterbrained, Berkshire coming in. These games are fabulously weird. That's all I can think to say about it. I think fabulously weird is the perfect way to describe these games. What do you mean it's a sad placement? Look at it! Now you can set up farms here too. And he also stopped pro scouts. Wait, actually, like, how did B never get those deer? What? We're in Imperial Age for both players, 20 minutes in the game, and these deer never got took. I mean, they're never going to get taken now. They're just going to be thematic elements of Scatterbrained's base. What do you think about Zonic? Is he a good player? You play together or you play... No, I don't play with Zonic. I would never judge people. Unless, of course, someone submits their replays to the Low Elo Legends series. Then they get judged all day. Alright, B has the farms coming in now. Who wins in the late game? It's been so long since we've actually seen this matchup in late game. English men-at-arms are surprisingly effective. The attack speed aura is really nice. But... I think early, mid-im, I'd favor China with the way this is playing out. Like, you could just spread wide and raid with either Palace Guard or the Knights. He's going to stick to Knights, and we do now have Ancient Techniques coming in. So remember, this is the one that you can see right there. Increases gathering rate for each dynasty you've achieved. So far, B has only achieved 2 dynasties, Tang and Song. But this would be a really good time to just go into Yuan for pagodas. Gets you more economy, and then just play... No, I was about to say Ming afterwards. Let's not do that. He could, if he wants to be ultra greedy, do it the other way around. So you get Ming, which is great to protect your farms, by the way, because you need the Great Wall Gatehouse. Then you go back for Yuan afterwards, so that you get the movement speed on all your units. And we don't even have a quality army coming in, it's just spears. Why is B not further ahead on villages? And maybe he's occasionally skipping on Billy production on one of the TCs. He's had Song for like 2 or 3 minutes, so like it probably should be a bigger lead. This guy. How are you not dead? It's ancient techniques from the university. He researched it from the Spirit Way. Spirit Way gives you access to a bunch of your unique techs. Wonder, is there ever a world in which he gets Yuan and then adds in Fire Lancers? I think Fire Lancers is actually pretty underrated with this comp. Mainly just for the buff. Remember, Spirit Way, the way it works is it allows you to buff all nearby units when a Dynasty unit dies. So you can see by attack speed and health. So it's really nice when you've got like max Lancers like this. Just add in 4 or 5 Fire Lancers, even just manually deleting them is huge to then buff the attack speed and health of all these units. I just don't often see it. I think the idea of click deleting is just a lot more micro than most people want to bobble with. But just adding in a few to casually die is really nice. And it makes more sense than Chug, because Chug are just too slow. Oh, maybe he done it from university then. I mean, if he did, it was just inefficient. He could have done it from Spirit Way the whole time. These games are starting to feel like a gentleman's agreement just to duke it out on the late, you know? It's quite comical to watch. Here, guys, there's only 55 Lancers. Like, B is thought about that Shushi game last time. It's like, Clearly, the problem was I needed more cavalry. Trip Sacred Site locked in. I mean, the ball is in Scatterbrained's court. Last time this happened, last time B chose this as a win con, Scatterbrained came back. In that game, he had 5 relics and was ahead on economy. In this game, B ticks both of those boxes, and he's ticking the crucial one. Imperial Palace now on the way. This will give the movement speed to chase down anything. Scatterbrained, time not on his side. Elite Army Tactics will be there soon. Incendiary Arrows not ready to go just yet. We have got Network of Citadels now. This is going to be important. He's going to need to creep an outpost forward for this play. If he does, that attack speed buffer could be what he needs to break 66 lots. Oh, it's going to be so hard. Only tricky part now is like B is at the point where he's building reserves of resources, not scaling the Lance account higher. No, Scatterbrained can still build more military, and he does have food reserves. Have more crossbows queued up. B should just delete the spears. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's up against. Having a few gives you a little bit of unit diversity. But yeah, like definitely Lancers would just feel better. Imperial Palace now scanning. He knows where everything is. This ability is so ridiculous. Just... Oh, wow. I didn't realize we were playing the game with revealed on. Just gets to see everything. It's not about the villages, right? I feel like Imperial Palace probably needs to be changed so that you only see the villages and not everything around them. He just pretty much lit up the entire base to see what Scatterbrained was doing. It wasn't about the workers. It's about the buildings. Like, okay, is he going heavy archery? Is he going heavy racks? Are we getting a stables transition? What's he doing? You know, Scatterbrained has to ride blind. 3.5 minutes on the clock. B. He sees him early, though. Yep, that scout revealed everything, and Scatterbrained just noticed. Did he get pagodas? Easy way to check. No. He can build them. He hasn't built any. Castle drop now coming in, so that secures both flanks. Spearman going to try to stop it, though. Hold on a second. What? Lancers just dive on in. They're going to be fast about it. As quick as Horsemen to jump on top of this. Spearman just get completely evaporated. The outpost, it just wasn't there. He finally gets it up. Too little, too late. Crossbows. Wait, what? What was that intentional? I don't know if that was intentional. Maybe. He's setting up an outpost in the center now. Okay, so we'll have the time to get a new wave of spin together. We've got a lot of crossbowmen though. 63 and now B up to 88 Lancers. Maybe we just delete a few workers. I mean, why stop at 88 Lancers? That's like rookie numbers. Me and Mike had done 120 Lancers before. That's how a real man loses the game. Come on. Nope, fort drop. Not going to work. Aura's going to be there. Well, let's see how OP attack speed is. Or maybe just movement speed is better. Lancers. He's looking for the surround. Scatterbrained. Trying to start a step his way on a retreat, but it's not going to work. He gets sandwiched. It's a full jammy donut. And now it's time to watch the jam ooze out. Scatterbrained has been scattered to the winds. be losing about, what, 20, maybe 30 knights to wipe the entire army of the English and lock in a win. Makes it look so easy. We forget sometimes just how good movement speed is as a perk. Yuan Dynasty made that so much quicker, so much visceral than you normally see of a heavy cav spam. Yes, visceral is now a word. Oh. Well, that was fun. Let's do it again. Yeah, at this point, Scatterbrained is punting Hail Marys that feel doomed to fail. More Spearmen this time around, but I think the only way you beat this is you have a few minutes left on the clock and you're just mashing Spearmen into it constantly to reduce the count. It doesn't have that time. His outpost from B, just scouting out any rotation early. Spears plus Randy. Like, Robotic Wings is kind of an interesting idea here, actually. But it's just so easily overlooked. Probably would have been a good idea because he's playing towards static locations. Like, he's going for a Sacred Site block. Which means B has to fight him if that's his win condition. Yeah, most people just never really go to Robotic Wings. Oh my god, where are the spears? Oh no, they went in for the decap. Lancers are wasting his time. So he cuts down all the crossbow wave for free. Lancers are now going to head across. And the Ringer Rosie's pause has brought a pocket full of pain. Scatterbrained, he goes stand ground, which means he's not even denying the knight that's delaying him. But it's time for the reinforcements and for the full cut down. Second wave destroyed. Third wave about to be. It's just so many emplacements. Hand cannons, the arrow fire. And with the Yuan, it's so easy for Lancers to move across. 90 Lancers. Consistently 90 Lancers. What do you do? The other problem is, like, you know, you can talk about this idea we talked about like spamming spears to win. Well, A, you have to have better economy, which he doesn't right now. And B, you have to be able to force a fight. If he gets on a Sacred Site, sure, but otherwise you just get kited here. The Lancers are way too quick. 10 seconds left, that's it. Scatterbrained, oh wait, what was that click? No, oh god. He's not even going to touch it. The Lancers block him out. GG comes through. B breaks the tie. This series has become a chaos experience. Oh, man. So, China still too good. Surprised English lasted that long. And the boys now in lobby. Where will they be going next? Let's have a look. All right. Sorry, I just had to type something out. We are getting Abbasid versus Mongols. Wait, is this sixfold crossing? I think this is... Wait, no, because if it was sixfold, he's got Knights Templar. Ooh. So, like, what? Templar versus Delhi? Oh, damn. That's going to be a crazy final game if we get that. This isn't sixfold crossing, though. So this will be... Let me double check what the other map was, because it's not showing up in my UI. So the other map that they picked was... Sacred Grove. Oh, we've seen a Bastards on this map, actually. It was quite impressive. Do you guys remember VortiX played it? Yeah, VortiX played it against... I think it was... Was it Bees Marlies? Or was it Numina? I think it was Grand Finals. Wait, no, wait. It is Sixfold Crossing? Why? I guess, like, he picked the Bastards because he's worried about the Mongols? Because, like, he had Knights Templar, which would have been an obvious shoe-in. Same with Delhi, actually. But that means that B, he still has Delhi or Byzantines for Sacred Grove. Either has been seen there before. But that means now we're probably looking at Scatterbrained going Rus. I would be surprised if we saw Knights Templar on Sacred Grove. This was the map created by Corvinus, if you guys remember. Oh. What do you guys think? Do we do some of the Battlefield Breadsec after this? On our second channel, maybe? Because the Battle Royale has arrived. Maybe. I think they added like a golf cart that you can drive around in. Actually, guys, bear with me a sec. I'm quickly going to rush for a buy break. So be right back 1 sec. All right. Oh. Did we have a re? Nah, dude, don't troll me. There's no way I was gone 3 minutes or whatever. I was gone 2. I guess that's a re? Yeah, it's a re. Dude. Nice try, chat. Nah, you trolls. You trolls. Hahaha, you funny folks. You're all so funny. You're very funny. Yeah, dude, you're so funny. Look at that, guys. Yeah, I time traveled. I never left. All right, guys, be right back. Bye, break. Yeah, sorry, just double checking stuff. I'm getting pain in the back. Trying to figure out how to like increase the video recording quality because I still feel like there's some stuff being left on the table. Like I think we are probably the crispest looking videos in Age of Empires 4 at the moment. But like I do feel like there's people in the past that have had clearer looking pictures and I don't know why. May just be a straight up bitrate thing, but I was even pinging one or two of them, like the people that I think had better visuals. And like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if anything, they were using lower settings than what I do. So there must be something I've turned on that I shouldn't have on. It's definitely something about Age of Empires 4. Because I remember I looked at like the video from Battlefield. I'm like, no, this is like, it was really, really, really crisp. And then AoE 4 would just be weirdly blurry. I don't know. It's ood, chat. Very ood. Trying to think if I've got anyone I can squad up with if we do some Battlefield in a bit. The internal scaler in AoE 4? Where's that? The thing is, I don't think it's an in-game setting that's doing this. It's something the encoder doesn't like about how AoE 4 looks, maybe. So maybe it is some internal, I don't know. It's very weird. Because there's a 5090 encoding in NVENC. So it should just be... Mwah. Like, I could use X264, but like the only thing that'll do is make... Really, the only thing that'll do different than NVENC at this point is make the files smaller. Playing the Battle Royale today? I think we'll check out the Battle Royale, yeah. So, like, you're saying, like, what, upscaling where? You mean graphic settings? Oh, we've got resolution scale at 100%. We're fine. Like, all this is great. The only thing that's missing, really, to make it prettier is HDR. And we're on a 2K resolution as well. I mean, the movie quality, but that's only for the movies. So it doesn't affect anything else. Alright, in we go. This madman had the Knights Templar, and he didn't pick it. Oh, great. We're cooking. Scatterbrained. He prioritized the Abbasids over Knights Templar on a map that features fishing. What heresy is this? B with the Mongols, a more expected outcome. As we hop into game number 4 between these two, and it has been a wacky set thus far. B with the Mongol pick, though. Good pick to actually deny out any sort of fishing intent out of Abbasids. So I imagine Scatterbrain's going to be looking for just a fast feudal play here. Yeah, like this pick in general has made a lot of sense. This is Sixfold Crossing. It's a new addition to the map pool. We introduced it the other week as a default map, and we had some very memorable games. A lot of entertaining games. I think a lot of people enjoyed watching it. It's definitely one that delivered. Caillou worked with Corvinus to bring this bad boy to life. Corvinus had a few ideas to cook around. B. I love this. This is one of the big advantages Mongols get on these fishing-based maps. Because they could stop you fishing, normally a player won't go fishing. So then Mongols just do it by default. What's interesting is actually B had the other civ that's really good at not caring about Mongols, which was Delhi, but he didn't pick it here. Can someone do a feudal all-in with the way these games have been playing that might be effective? Possibly, but I think part of it is like the way these two have probably practiced and the way they played up against each other because they scrimmed together a lot. They probably came to the conclusion like X or Y strat doesn't work, so they're just defaulting to a later phase of the game to try and one-up the other. You know, it's kind of like what you get from VortiX and LucifroN, but in a different direction. VortiX and LucifroN usually try to get that one-up earlier, and when they do, GG. Whereas I think with B and Scatterbrained, and I'd have to see the stats on the practice games to know for sure, it feels like often they are going for like delayed strats to counteract the move their opponent's making. So instead of like playing into your opponent's advantage timing, they're then playing beyond it. At least based on the games we've seen so far, that's definitely how it feels. So B just going to be checking in. And it is going to be ecoing. So Scatterbrained going for a greedy approach. Sheep Hall is actually really good for Scatterbrained. Wow. What happened here? Scatterbrained, did he snatch? Oh, I think he snatched from the south side of B side, maybe. I mean, part of this is the fact that Scatterbrained has been eating berries and not sheep, but like he's seeing at 21 sheep, whereas B's at 13. So he definitely got a few of the Mongol sheep. Remember, on this map, sheep spawn on your strip of land, on your side. So the central area is completely devoid of sheep spawns. That's pretty impressive. Especially when you consider that B would have been harder on wood than food because he's been building fishing boats. Anyone get the feeling this is going to be a long game again? Maybe? Like I'm seeing ecoing. I just had to open a window quickly. Good lord, is it hot. This map feels massive. It feels massive mainly, I'd say, because of the way the tree lines are designed. Like, it's no bigger than a standard map at all. And, like, in terms of how far away each player is, it's because it does, admittedly, spawn you a bit further back. But not necessarily more than Lipany does. It's just, like, this is the deceptive element of when you have maps that have less trees in them. They do look bigger. I mean, in terms of open available space, they are bigger. But overall size, no. Same with Prairie, if you guys remember. Like, Prairie feels insanely larger. I think like someone done a test that might be slightly larger, but it's nowhere near as much bigger as you think it is. Right? Like, when you watch Prairie, you're like, wow, did they load a 2v2 map? It's like, no. There's just no trees. Scatterbrained. So 2TC, where are we going to be dropping this? I guess you could go out here on the flank. Just queue as the tree line. B is going to be an opening into the Kurotai probably. I'd be impressed if he was opening with Kurotai in H2. That'd be some magical skills. Prairie's your least favorite map for that reason. Wow, wow. I don't know, Prairie's like a map that always feels like it has potential, but I think the trade post maybe let it down. Kind of tempted to like revisit that and maybe rejig the map slightly. Because I don't know why the devs never moved the trade posts. I think it's the #1 thing that like makes it just not feel good to play. Second TC now coming in. He actually plays it more defensive than I was expecting. Yeah, I guess he's just worried about the timing. Especially the Khan already there. Remember, the Khan just got a damage buff. So now hits for free every shot instead of the 1. Ugh. How much food does he have, though? I mean, we said Scatterbrained had a lot. Yeah, still 21. He hasn't really been eating the sheep so far. The beautiful thing is, remember, when you play a bastard, you get fresh foodstuffs, meaning you spend less food there anyway. All right, well, that's less food for Scatterbrained now. Yep, that's -4. So 17 sheep now. Nicely played by B. You know, if the bastards want to play a hunker down and greed game, they're going to need food. I'd trade with a neutral trade post. Trade with the ones in the base. That's it. So really, you'd be looking to set up like here to trade to your own one. Sort of thing. Or all the way here in the enemy corner. Or you just ask a Mongol player politely to move his base. And then you can trade. And as we know, Mongol players are absolute gentlemen. The most polite people you'll ever meet. Never rude a day in their life. Easy. So B's... Wait. Is B gonna imp? I think B might imp. So castle's on the way. If he goes for the step readout, this is fast imp. Which I quite like here with the fishing. He's going to get a really good timing. And Scatterbrained is going to be stuck holding a whole lot of workers that do nothing. Like, actually, when you fast imp like this, it's pretty scary. And you're at 30 villagers? Yeah, there's the step readout. Okay. Lock in time, folks. B has a potential golden avenue towards success here. Scatterbrained is getting on the gold, so it looks like his next target is going to be castle. He's getting Spearman up to defend. Did he just scout that, though? I think he might have seen the step readout on the way, so he's going to be moving across to try and probably burn down the dock. But you can defend this just with one archer ship. Remember, anytime you're building things like archer ships here, you're delaying your tech timing. If you put an archer ship here, it doesn't necessarily protect here. It doesn't mean you've got outposts at home. Cam archers now. Wait, what? Why is Scatterbrained going camel archers? I guess just a raid? As B is out on the deer. Straight back on the gold. He's actually got exactly the amount of gold that he'd need to straight up go Imperial. If he uses no gold elsewhere. On this small baby vein. That's not great though. Like you get Imperial, but you would have 0 gold then. So it might be worth just actually securing somewhere else, like the 4K on the back first. But we'll see. Spears are going to go for the burn-in. Extra response coming in. B, a little bit awkward here. We're going for an archer ship. And he does spend some gold. So yeah, Keshik upgrade queued. Okay, so that's going to be his fishing failing. Scatterbrained just about ready to go into the third age. It is going to be men-at-arms spam. Good defense against the spears. Cam archers are still decent against men-at-arms though, because they got great penetration. They do 11 damage, so over half their damage goes through. Cam archers used to be a surprisingly effective tool against men-at-arms rushes, actually. It's how bastards could stay an age behind and not lose the game. Won't be an age behind for long. Culture Wing now coming through. Yeah, I've got a sneak of a new dock up. Scatterbrained unaware of it. Men-at-arms. Kind of thrown to the wolves here, but good micro there, B. Delays going in the Keshiks. Quick response out of Scatterbrained. Khan does do a lot more damage now being in the castle age, though. Spearman will start to get whittled away at. Dock is going to be successfully brought back up. Keeps charging. Ambitious. Let's give the men-at-arms a good opening, though. So Spears get away. But it's just raw cam archers now. Yeah, he's not stopping. 5 so far. 3 bought in queue. We're a minute out from military win complete for Scatterbrained. The dock did just get revealed, but this time around, B won't make the same error. Archer ship already on the way. Okay, looking a lot more secure this time for B. But this is not the fast imp build he was really looking for. He got cut off the timing pretty heavily. Ship will scare away. Fishing boat's now able to start drawing in the food again. And notice that he set it up on the west side on a fresh fish spot. So now he has optimization there again because this one was running low, down to half. Step readout did just move over to the back gold. So now we get big boy inflations coming through. That's 4,000 gold. It's actually a 6,000 vein. Scatterbrained. He knows about it. He's been waiting for this moment, and he may have just arrived at the perfect time. No yam. B out of position without any defenses. Scatterbrained. Scat. His forts are scattered elsewhere right now. The camel archers get a snipe in, and he does come back. Okay, here we go. B. Needs to move away fast. But that should be -3 on the work account, at least. And Scatterbrained. This is what he needed. Denial of the greed. A real, true, substantial economical advantage. And B, now in dire tides. Game 5. Game 5. Game 5. It's calling. Ring, ring goes the gamerphone. Men-at-Arms are going to be diving the TCs, trying to get some return licks in. But it's not going to happen. GG gets called. Scatterbrained now twice able to make B bleed. How will this series end? Well, that was a surprisingly quick game between the two, actually. So well played, Scatterbrained. Strategy works out. Abbas's able to bring down the Mongols on a variant or hybrid map. Means we do get a deciding game. And it's going to be on Sacred Grove. Knights Templar against Delhi. Man, this is kind of getting wackier and wackier on the draft, isn't it? Oh, by the way, guys, reminder. We have Black Friday coming up. I'm sure you guys are worried about like savings, but you know, there's already some good prices on PCs. So if you guys are in the market for a PC, an upgrade of some type, maybe a laptop or all in one, be sure to check out our sponsor, PC Specialist. They believe in you guys so much, they came back to sponsor us for the rest of 2025. So if you ever need a PC, be sure to go check those guys out and use the code Pigeon40 so you can make some savings at checkout. Dude, with the games that are coming out, I don't know how intense this Battlefield is going to be. Some of you might need a better PC. With the upcoming roguelike mode, you also might need a better PC. So it might be a good time to upgrade. I'm just going to keep eyes browsing now. All right, let's get ready to go. A wild game number 5 as Knights Templar comes out on a land map, even though it could have been picked fresh on water. And it is coming out in the 5th game. You're seeing that correctly. Scatterbrained has almost felled the dragon. The B dragon. B, who normally we would expect to see in semi-finals, easy peasy, no pressure at all, is at risk of elimination here in the quarterfinals. He needs this win. Delhi on Sacred Grove, a good map for them with the delayed play into Pro Scouts, the Sacred Site layout. It all makes a lot of sense, but this Sacred Site layout is something that Scatterbrained can also take advantage of with his Civ. Oh, and he springs straight into action. Scatterbrained, the Dark Age Rax play against the Delhi. We've been seeing this grow a little in popularity. It seems odd against Delhi because of the Scholar that can heal off the damage, but the value is in delaying the Scholar inflation. Yeah, by making this type of play, your opponent can't simply just add in more and more Scholars and snowball to that easy win con where you just play in a castle and get all your techs for free instantly. How high do you go? I guess you go 2 to 3 Spearmen. 3 is pretty reliable in the count. That should be enough to kind of deter B from hanging around for more than maybe 1 extra Scholar upon tech up. It won't be enough to stop him going towards Dome of Faith. We've seen this time and time again where it's just always Dome of Faith, despite the fact they don't have any access to gold for the first 2 minutes of age up. Does he know? I don't think he saw it still. He must know. There we go. Spearman arrives anyway. So B already pulled the Scholar. He definitely scouted out. Or they've just been practicing this and it always comes out to it. This is like a very curious matchup though. I'm intrigued to see what Scatterbrained can do because like the fort here, you're going to build into archers. You want archers as Scatterbrained. Like, it's Knights Templar's biggest advantage on land is they gather wood really well, so they scale up really well there. But you're going to be building archers against one of the best light cav civs in the game. The Delhi have Ghazi, remember. So that's a big challenge for him to overcome. I think that's maybe why he doesn't mind the spin beginning anyway, is the feeling that you're going to need them regardless. But there's the Dome of Faith. We talked about it. Wouldn't be forced off of it. And you just see the value of the Scholar to stop this type of play. But the trade-off really does come in the tech timings. Party delayed, wheelbarrow delayed. Scholar needs to be careful himself because he can also get sniped. He's just trying to optimize to get enough together for 2 extra Scholars here, but looks like he's going to have to settle for the 1. Yeah, so that'll give him what he needs, the garrison, to get the Ghazi out quicker. Wouldn't be surprised if we just see an archer beginning, considering your opponent has built 5 spearmen, though. Yeah, not going to be an outpost rush, however. Oh, wait. All right, I spoke too soon. It looked like it wasn't going to be an outpost rush. Okay, he decides again. I was about to say, this feels way too late. Your opponent's already teching up. By the time you're in position, there could be an archer out. And then you just lose a worker. So, backs up. Should be the switch over to gold. Kingdom of France here. I don't think you really necessarily benefit too much from Chevalier versus the Delhi Ghazi. Might be nice just to have the Hospitaller for the extra movement speed. I don't think you build any Hospitaller here just because Ghazi are really good against those men-at-arms. But just simply having the extra movement speed for your villagers and extra health does help to dent the possibility of raids. On one side, and it is going to be hospital. Wait, no. What are we doing? Principality of Antioch coming through. It's a curveball I did not expect. Okay, Scatterbrained. He's looking to be the Michelin star chef. Antioch, the rarest of feudal landmark choices for Knights Templar by far. This one gives an increase in melee damage, you can see. But the other big thing is you get access to the axe throwers. And is this actually an axe thrower build? He thought about a second Rax. He switches to a mill. What is he doing? Maybe normally when he does this, he doesn't go for a Rax to begin with. I mean, the gold gathering, like, that doesn't get you pilgrims. What? Why have we got so much gold gathering? Is he pro scout? Wait, is he pro scouting with Knights Templar? No, he queues up safe passage. He already has pro scouts queued up as well. He's back on the gold. He has the 2 archers. What on earth is Scatterbrained doing? 10 on gold. Yeah, it's pro scouts. I mean, it had to be with the mill after the gold shift, but that's kind of crazy. Nice Templar Pro Scout, not your normal build for this civ. It's kind of a cool idea, though. Against Delhi, you know, we mentioned one of the problem with Delhi, these type of maps, is they'll eventually benefit from the Pro Scouts detail while paying nothing for it. Whereas, in this situation, Delhi might just think they're going to get Pro Scouts for free, not play upfield enough, and then get punished. But B, he just scouted in. Like, this looks so royally suspicious. Why would you ever have 10 villagers on gold? I think he knows. If he knows what it is, do you open spears as your second component here? Ghazi can work just as well. And Ghazi would make a lot of sense against this because it is indeed going to be the sergeants. Okay. I mean, you've already got archers to deal with these axe throwers. Remember, axe throwers, they're good against melee. They're terrible against ranged. They get cheesed out by archers quite easily because of the lack of ranged armor. Even Ghazi performed decently here, though. There's 4 melee armor, and you're a heavy tag unit, so it's like you have 2 melee armor instead. Decent on the pricing, though. 120 resources, a lot of it being gold. Like, this is the thing. I think from a macro standpoint, I like the way that it leans your economy because you can get a lot of gold early on. That's not the problem. The cost has never been the problem. The problem is the attack animation feels really off with these guys. It's slow, and it feels kind of clunky. Especially with the limited range. Archers. I'm going to try and intercept the Pilgrim, but not going to be able to. Hey! Gets the gold. B just straight up going castle. Wait. Is he just going to add in an elephant? I mean, even easy, you just add in crossbows. Because crossbows destroy sergeants. Damn, we are cooking with some serious gasoline in this one. He's just double checking. He's like, okay, is it continued pump? Is it tech up? What an unusual game. I mean, it's been an unusual series, and I'm so here for it. I love that we're just seeing explorational approaches out the players. Not just, hey, I've done this build like 200 times. I go pro scouts and jazz hands. That would be more typical of a Chinese pick or whatever. Like the Knights Templar being like that would be like, hey, I'm going to build archers. Okay, and what's the next step? More archers. Okay, and what about after that? More archers. You know he has Ghazi, right? Oh. No, just very different approach. So house learning soon to complete. B doesn't have an impressive number of scholars because this is a rush, though. Hasn't even played for Sacred Sites. Oh, there we go. Get the gold. A B, although he may not have an impressive number of scholars, it's enough for this. It is going to be quadruple relic straight away. I'm not sure Scatterbrained was expecting this. He was so far back. It's like he was thinking something similar. Hiding's going to make it very hard to even try and intercept one of these guys. Scatterbrained marching forward, but maybe marching too slow. Okay, so B with a lot of gold to work with is straight up answers. Hello? That doesn't work. Wait. Oh! That was so uncomfortably close. Deep breaths. I can't believe that. So ballsy. I mean, in theory, with 10 and slightly a bit damage, like doing 60 damage, takes 3 rounds of attacks. The Horseman actually came in clutch there, folks. Without the Horseman, I don't think he gets the kill. Whew. Good to know, but B is still too close to his base already. He'll come out again. Can take the 5th. What are we, America? What? Oh my god, I'm done. Oh god, not again. We've been here before. Kingdom of Castile. I mean, in fairness, it's Kurultai in the center of the map. Because remember, it gives damage buff and healing near Sacred Sites. But, I mean, outside that, we don't really talk about the rest of what that landmark does. People don't tend to like building genitors. We've seen a few people try, they haven't looked good, and there's not really a reason to in this matchup. Beat straight onto the stone. Wait, is he actually going to build them? Oh my god, he is. But there's only like 5 archers. Your opponent's gone lancers. Okay, he's adding, that makes more sense. Templar Brothers coming, so he's going full Cavcom. We've seen a few players do this, and the Genitors always look so underwhelming. The problem with Genitors, similar to the Axemen, like, Scatterbrained is pretty much just choosing all the units that have really bad attack points. If you ask all the pro players, I think all of them will probably just agree on this at the stage, that there's just something iffy. Like, this is a 1.62 attack speed unit. Because of the attack point, they don't feel very fluid. They feel very clunky, and they don't feel very fast on their attack. Same with Axemen, really. Being the axe throws. Lancers are going to sweep through them. That's pricey. 120 each. So 240 given over, and in return he ends up killing, what, 720 resources? That sounds nice. The Templar Brother clash is going to be interesting against Lancers, because Lancers with Home Blades do perform similarly. Because Templar Brothers, remember, have more health. The bigger problem, though, is that. That's why I wasn't sure about the Genitor idea here from Scatterbrained. War Elephants don't have a counter in the field here. Genitors should be good against Tower Elephants. Even then, it's really weird because you do 15 damage and Tower Elephants have 7 ranged armor. So even if he was going for it, it doesn't feel like the best counter. I mean, you have good range, but like you don't kill crazily fast. And also, like, when is a Delhi player ever building Tower Elephants these days? It's always War Elephants. We'll at least get a good fight against the Archers. B did scale a few more of them. Okay, so maybe the thought here for Scatterbrained is like, hey, he's going to go Elephants, Archers, so I can beat them with Genitals. But, like, what are you doing to beat Elephants is the problem. We have got Spearmen now coming in. You're going to need a lot of them. It feels so much easier to scale War Elephants than scale Spearmen in the current meta. That sounds wrong to say, but so true. And getting the necessary amount of spears to beat 5 War Elephants versus getting 5 War Elephants. I'll take the task of building the elephants every day. And Blood Bros on the back though, Scatterbrained. Creeping into the base, War Elephants. Looking to cut him off here. I like this second one, just trying to get in the way. Slow down. You're going too fast. It's a school zone. Wait a second. Okay, B. Yeah, he does back away. It's okay, guys. We just need more War Elephants. Isn't Mira's B struggling on food a little? Food income looks okay for the moment, but he's having to go wider now. And the Templar Bros, they're getting in! War Elephant not looking. -2 there. 5 worker kills so far in total for Scatterbrained. It's working. It's actually working. I debate how much of it is the Genitor, but like in fairness to him, the Genitor stops B from relying on archers, which is what enables this Spearman now. Not great against the War Elephants currently, but they're good against the Lancers. He has a fallback plan. Like if you ever tried to push back, you push into this. Faith of Castile. It's quite the buff. It doesn't affect bonus damage, unfortunately, but still worth it all the same. Actually, sorry, no, it does, doesn't it? I forgot. Yeah, it acts like Kurotai. Yeah, so 20% on base and 20% on bonus. So really good for spears. So, like, actually, I think if he can force a fight with the War Elephants near a sacred site, he can delete them. Because it will bonus your cavalry damage, and then, there you go, you saw it there. Bonuses elephant damage as well. Let's take it back. They actually might be able to kill elephants. Whoa, whoa. Hold up, boys. Let's get out of there. It does realize quickly the mistake. I don't know. I'm kind of liking Scatterbrained's chances right now. He's forcing B to continuously transition, now into crossbows. And the War Elephants, well, we questioned Scatterbrained's solution. He's found it. He's scaling crossbows. If he gets this count up to 25, 30, I don't think B's War Elephants do anything. Rejuvenation effect now kicking in as well. B does have the Mahout, so Elephant's a little bit more threatening. Are they going to be threatening quick enough? Good cart of reinforcements. What? I mean, you guys can't carry that. You can't even eat it. I think he's just trying to lame it. Yeah. So, like, you get rid of this as an option for Scatterbrained, trying to starve him out. So remember, when Deli lame the boar, it disappears. So, bye-bye 2.2k food. Archer's crossbows being targeted down. I tell you what, I'm actually impressed. The Genitors are still finding some relevance by keeping the Archer's count down initially, and now the crossbow count down. Range trying to brute force it. Just reset. Villagers getting caught on the flanks though. B finds a few kills. Find more. Sneaking towards the main now. That scout very much griefing that raid potential. Would have been able to get a worker kill otherwise. Okay, well that's minus the raiders. I think out of all the games we've had so far in this series, this might be the one where people are like, who wins this? It's really not clear, and I love that. It's like, well, I mean, it should be. That's what it should be and what it's gonna be at this rate. Wall's now going up, so Scatterbrained makes sense with what he's doing. He's worried about Lancers still. He's going for an infantry comp. He doesn't want to be focused much on raids here. He's got a handful of Templar bros, but nothing too crazy. Lancers not going to be able to get those kills, though. Nicely done. It's kind of awkward, though, that he didn't have the Hospitaller in the end. That movement speed, the health would have helped a lot. But the melee is pretty crafty here. The 10% increase in conjunction with Castile. Now chasing him. The Royal Elephants are faster with the Mahoots. Skullapole now coming through. Wallow's going to be there to slow things down. Scatterbrained. Can't rush to dive in. War Elephants now spreading out. One of them already sniped down. The crossbowman is the difference maker. He's trying to pick up more relics. B in a panic. Staggers the retreat. Baits in range. The Wallow. Not going to work out, though. The Genitors do get the snipe. They're dealing with the archers on the back. Scatterbrained. Has he gotten bent over the barrel here? It's just one War Elephant left. And the crossbows look to bring that one down as well. The chain heal, not going to be good enough. All elephants dead. Genitors have to kite away. Crossbows are going to be sacked, though. B's archers will clear the field. So what looked like a desirable outcome from Scatterbrained came at a high price there. Militarily, B now advantaged, and the speedy scholars able to keep topping off those health bars as he gives chase. Oh my god. B. Better off for it. The raid on the backside didn't do too much damage. Scatterbrained did minimize that at least. What a costly engagement. I mean, he gets the War Elephants. It looked good. But B, you know, the archers just coming out of nowhere. Despite the fact that Scatterbrained had Genitors, I guess B noticed that it wasn't scaling anymore. Did not feel threatened. And I think, is B gonna maybe try and switch Ghazi? He's queuing the veterancy. If he can afford it, it makes so much sense here. He has got farms now coming in. You can get 15 Ghazi together, you wipe this. Scatterbrained's entire army gets counted by Light Cav. Cat coming in. Scatterbrained, remember, if the Sacred Site's captured, he can't actually Pilgrim to it. So he wants to keep options open. So this is where Genitors thrive, in skirmish mode. If there ever was a place they thrive, this would be it. Who the hell is taking this game? We've got a new lance away from B. His archer count is crazy though, up to 50, and at this point he's got Pakes, which gives him the extra range. So sure, you know, the Genitors outrange him by an extra tile, but the crossbows are now outranged, which means that the archers can snipe them. That's what B's trying to do. He's willing to lose 10, 15 archers to get rid of the crossbowmen, because then the lancers win. So his plan makes a lot of sense. We have got Templar Bros coming in again, which I like. I think Scatterbrained's key issue here right now is who's tanking the hit. No one in your army currently wants to stand on the front line. Genitals aren't going to do it with 105 health. Crossbows most definitely not with 80 HP. B does still have to deal with this hump, which is the buff around the sacred site. And you can tell the Scatterbrained thought about this with the pick on the map. It's weird, actually, because this type of strategy would have been just as good on the previous map, Sixfold Crossing. We actually saw, I think, VortiX try and leverage it there. Because you have 2 sacred sites on the way to your opponent's base. Genitors with the interception. But, oh, B! Using the walling capabilities of the Deli, he looks to block off any sort of re-engagement with full army strength. And not just that, to starve out the Pilgrims. Genitor's now on the way back. Royal Elephant's waiting for them there. There's nowhere for them to go. They can't get home. What a sick cutoff. Like the rich kid that's been buying too much baking soda. Daddy cuts you off. Definitely baking soda. B. Now that the Genitors have been mostly pushed away, I mean, over half of them not present for this. This is the type of fight that you could see yourself winning. Archers start to poke at it. Genitors trying to raid through, but the Lancers are on their asses. He's baiting him range. Remember, the Pags, he has more range than the Crossbowman. The B actually just backs away. Genitor. I hope he's got a next click planned here. Okay, yeah, he's already rallied it. The wall has been broken. B, he's starting to prep those Ghazi. Okay, and that hasn't been revealed yet. I don't think Scatterbrained knows. This is the killing blow. If he can get that Ghazi count up to 15, he reveals it early, though. Yes, straight away, in fact. Sacred Site buff is going to be there. He's got the damage increase in the healing. Ghazi and Lancers jumping in. War Elephant being target fired down. He's already been sniped out. The Archer's just trying to get rid of those crossbows. And he has split the micro, so sniping 2 at once. Lance is now arriving, and this is the disaster point. Scatterbrained. It was maybe tenable until the Knights, but no doubt about it anymore. Already a hard fight, now an impossible one. B, he'd been chasing these around for so long. Finally able to smush those boys back together for the death push. A capital D for the Deli and a capital D for the death. As he looks to dive the depths of the Knights Templar. B will come out 3-2 in the end. But say what you want about the outcome. Say what you want about the players. These two delivered an absolute clash of entertainment. As KT should have keep easily right. No, because he's being forced to constantly recommit into army. So finding the time to go and gather stone is not always easy there. That was his problem. Like, you saw the numbers. He's always fighting for his life to try and just eke out an edge. And he never really found, like, that true edge, I'd say. He got forced in that dive where, like, he wipes the War Elephants. He feels really good. But, like, to get that point, he had to spam crossbows. He couldn't afford to keep. I think if he went for a keep, like, you probably risk your opponent just trying to fast tech on you. Or just taking 2 sacred sites away and starving you out. All right. But that does mean a victory for B. So we have our lineup complete for semifinals. It's going to be VortiX versus Anatand. And then LucifroN versus B. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to do everything on Thursday now that I think about it. If we got a creative preview happening on that day, depending on the time, we just won't have enough time. Because, like, obviously people are going to want to see new content. So we'll figure that out. I'll see what's possible. I doubt LucifroN and B are going to play right now. Pretty doubtful of that. But I guess Do we play some of the Battlefield mode? Could do some of the Battlefield. I don't know. I don't know if there's any new strategy games out today. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. So I might just go chill on the second channel then. And we'll try out RedSec. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get ready to raid through to the secondary channel. Which means I have to crash and switch over. Which means OBS needs to show me the other version of OBS, which it doesn't seem to want to do right now. 1 second. Oh, there we go. It's working now. All right, so what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to raid through YouTube. I'll drop the link if you want to head across there. It will be live on that channel in a second. No stream on YouTube because... Sorry. But we'll be back on Thursday for Grand Final Showdown. Make sure you tune in. You won't want to miss it. Guys, come on, like we said it before, it's the place to be if you love some AoE 4 on the weekdays. So be sure to join us for that. But we're going to be trying out the new Battle Royale mode for Battlefield 6. We'll be hopping across there now, and we're going to be doing it on the secondary channel. So I'm going to raid through there. I'm going to send you all across from this channel to that one. And then that one, like, will be live in a minute or two to pick up the raid. Okay, so I will see you all in a moment. I think the best way to do is like click raid now and then stop stream and then start stream. Yeah, just go directly. Just go follow. Doesn't mix content. All right, live in a sec.